Listen to the call. Feel the wind. Take a deep breath and enjoy the immensity. All is real. Focus on perfection. With the real power inside you, play the game like an invincible monster. A power that rewrites the rules, speed and performance. From Monster Notebook, Monster Semruk, for game changers.
Tulpar PROTALITY Grand Finals is here. We had a day off. Welcome back, Gibson and Felix. Let's start with Felix. How was your day off? Like, did you manage to get your head around all the action we saw in that lower bracket madness?
Did I get around it? I don't think so yet, because we did have some amazing upsets, and we did have an absolutely amazing endgame as well. The last three maps, the comeback by so many teams, WLA dropping down, GG not making. There's so many storylines to unpack. But first of all, Mark, you look amazing again. What's up? Is there a woman in play, or do you dress that nicely just by yourself? I mean, it's crazy. Isn't it?
You've never been to Essex, have you? You've never been to
No,
Essex.
I've never been there. I gotta go there, I guess. Yeah.
Gotta come over, mate. You gotta come over. There's always a woman in play, but no, Essex is a lovely place. Gibson, let's talk though. Come on, lower bracket. Obviously, we got blessed to have you in, and a lot happened all the way up to the very last game, and I think there was a lot of shock and awe, especially around the sort of tractor team. And no wonder why Masters has got his name on the front of that tractor, because he definitely put in the line with that team.
They needed the win. It was as simple as that. Because everyone else was farming points around them, the only way they could qualify was by getting a win. And you could argue the exact same scenario was in place for Mad Bulls. They were outside the positions too. They made a huge climb in that last game. But I think for Tractor Boys, this is a huge opportunity now going forward to this weekend. And you know, I was watching last night. I was keeping an eye on the PEC qualifiers, and funny enough, they didn't make it through. So this is the last chance for them for stage 1 for PEC.
Yeah, let's just put a pin in that, because that is a really important point, a very, very important point. But for now, let's have a look at the schedule. So how did we get to this point, guys? What brought us here? And we had a lot of teams already say goodbye, and as we open things up in the qualifications at 256 teams, we whittled it down to a 7 that went across to the upper bracket, and we was blessed to be joined with those invited teams. We had the Amazing Saga win as well, and they were really, really tight games. Now, 8th through to 15th, they dropped down to the lower bracket, and we did say goodbye at the time to Exalt at 16th place, and I thought nothing could get as close to the upper bracket games. But then, lo and behold, lower bracket kicked out. So it was second chance for some teams, but actually some of these teams were on the radar. GG, you've mentioned as well, Tractor, and a couple of others where it was their first time to basically look at that. Now, when they came to the lower bracket, it went a bit mad. Then we obviously worked our way through, and then we had a break yesterday, and I'm still trying to get my head around it. But it's the grand finals. What have we got now? We've got a best of 15. The first day will be today. We'll be going into Saturday and Sunday, and at the end of that, we are going to be crowning the champion now for the EMEA Tour, season number 8. And prize pool wise, it's nothing to be shied away from at all, but there is a really, really big talking point for FedEx though, and it's the wild card section of the prize pool. Because look, we're going to take the money. Money is keeping these guys and girls driven, and there's a bit of me that says there's a bit of practice as well, but there's a real bit that's niggling in my back of my head that's going wild card, wild card, wild card, because some teams are already through. It's going to be big for some others.
Yeah, GG, perfect example why they should have been here in the top 8. Sure, they did make it to the pack wall so far, but we all know how even some of these very top teams, when we were talking about Formulation Gaming, even these guys were struggling, right? And they have, I think, a combined, 25 years of PUBG esports experience, and they still didn't make it through. So the qualifiers are not to be underestimated. It's very different playing against people you've never played against, when you can't really expect your enemies play as well. That's where, PUBG really becomes difficult. So I think, yeah, it's obviously going to be really important for all these teams, even these ones that have progressed so far. And you were talking about Tractor Team. That is one specific example. I do believe the only one so far, but that might change, that has not made it through the pack walls and is still in this lobby. So this is their last chance, the very last chance to maybe get a grab at some of the PUBG esports action for the first quarter of this year.
And Gibson, for those that might not understand about the sort of wild card, just give us a quick breakdown. What is it? We know it means a lot, but what does it mean to people that might not even know what the wild card is? What is it? Is it a magic Uno card that's going to appear out the screen? What does it mean to some of these teams?
It is. It's this mystic thing that's up in the sky that people will chase down their whole life. No. So, obviously, PEC is coming up, right? And PEC is the biggest tournament that we have in Europe. And it's what qualifies you into PGS to go play those international tournaments. So wildcard spots essentially mean you can skip the queue and get straight into the finals. You don't have to go through the round of 256 that we've seen, the round of 128, the round of 64. You get to skip the queue. It's like a VIP access line to join those regional partner teams. And for some of these teams, a lot of these teams, apart from the regional partner teams, are in those qualifiers right now. So if they can go ahead and secure one of those spots over this weekend, they can just take the next few days off, prepare, go through scrims, and get ready for those finals. Because, as we've mentioned already, for Tractor Team, this is the only chance that they have. If they don't finish ahead of the, 5 other teams in this lobby that'll be in the hunt along with them for those spots, they're done. They've got nothing but scrims to look forward to for the next few months. And for these players, that is a horrible thought indeed. But it's, you know what, as I always like to say, it is down to the players to make it happen over the course of this weekend to go and grab those 2 spots that are up for grabs.
And that's it. You got to remember that invite towards the playoffs is huge for some of them. Look, there's money on the line, so everyone will be driving to try and get the top spots and get as much as they can, because it does slightly jump up the closer you get towards that. But yes, I think the wild card will come into play. They're going to do a lot of maths. I'm going to try and keep up with it as we roll into things. There are some teams that are already there, but there'll be some teams looking for the playoff stage. Before we get into more of who's here today, I want to look back at the lower bracket and have a look back at some of the highlights that we got to see in the actual lower bracket form. And as a reminder, here are the teams. So we came into, I suppose, early part of this week, though, and with 7 Gaming, BBL, Entropic, HAL, Blints, Pod, Twisted Minds, WLA, the Low W's, the Gaming Gladiators, and the sort of Fairy Tales, the Fam, Mad Balls, Haku, Tractor Team, and August. That was a long way. I shouldn't have really started that. But there were some big names in there. We had big expectations. 7 Gaming, GG, Mad Balls, Twisted Minds, Pod, HAL, but not everyone made it. Felix, you mentioned it already. And as we look back at some of these highlights, Gaming Gladiators fall short at the very, very end.
Yeah, it was I think a surprise to everyone watching, and rightly so, because they started off very well. We can see it in the distance here. One of the very first games, Alia absolutely popped off. We can see Miramar as well. Both these players with a really great performance. And they, once again, they showed us that this is a team that's not to be underestimated and does want to compete, despite not getting, a partner team, want to compete at the top of the EMEA scene. And this tournament has proven that, once again, the competition is so fierce at the moment that even for an experienced team like this, including world champions, it's not an easy feat to compete at the top, and you will have to stay sharp no matter what. These guys are just absolutely brilliant, but just couldn't show it here whatsoever. So yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy to think about that even a team of this class, of this experience, can make it through.
Yeah, honestly, from watching the way they play, though, I feel like they're one of the teams that suffered from the fact that there is so much uncertainty in that lower bracket. Like, if they were playing in the lobby tonight, they would perform much better because it's easier to understand the macro of all the other teams inside the lobby. So they would have been able to understand when to rotate, where would be free. You just don't know that when you get a really mixed lobby like this, and the rest of the teams thrived within that chaos. One of the teams that qualified really strong was Plinska, and they had that problem over the first 2 or 3 maps. Yes, on day 1. They were really poor over the first 3 maps from macro, but they were picking up a ton of kills. Then you got the feeling they really got a hang of how the lobby worked, and it was just a real upward trajectory from them from that point on. Yeah,
perfectly analyzed. I think Plinska is the perfect example also of showing us that macro only gets you so far, right? And you don't necessarily, at least not in the top 8 scenario, you need to have great, immense macro if you do want to get close to even winning a lobby like this, right? They were second best team. Why? Not because of the great rotations, not because they wrapped the best way around. I mean, we saw Tractor Team in the end there kind of taking that title, but because they were so sharp individually. Lukarooks and Naleb, 2 of the most individual skill players in this lobby, in my opinion, and they showed why. You can wrap edges with these guys. You can destroy other teams cleanly as well. That's been a big problem for GG as well, getting isolated fights done without losing a player. And yeah, it goes to show you, if you have that down, that's half of what you need.
So keeping on the topic of Blind, because in the lower bracket they're unable to put a chicken dinner on the board at all, but their kill ratio was so high. Because I think one of the things they struggle with is that early game you mentioned about, and it's keeping the numbers left alive. Like, we know Rista can hit hard, we know Lugarot's nail it, and I just felt like this team was just losing at least one, maybe two earlier than what you would have expected, and as a result, they didn't put the chicken dinners on the board. But lucky enough for them, they played the let's get as many kills because we need those points.
It's a funny one, right? Because most teams go into a tournament with a magic number of points they want to get per game to qualify. Like, when you're looking at grand finals, it's a different story altogether because you're trying to win. But when you're just trying to make top 8, it's like, right, can we get 7, 8 points a game just to make sure we get there? They were able to do most of that with the barrel of their guns, but as the game progressed, they got a much better feel of how the lobby was rotating around. You saw them getting into the top 4 a few more times on day 2 than they would have gotten on day 1. But it is a roster full of fragging power. So much fragging power that we've not even spoken about the fact that Lucarux is on this roster. And, you know, we all know that Lucarux has a different roster in his heart going forward to PEC. And that's something worth keeping an eye on too, right, Felix? Because Lucarux could end up doing harm to his new roster.
Yeah, Mapples is one of the big names in this lobby as well that has to make it through pack quals too, and that's a big story because as you said, he will play against his literal teammates, right? That's a crazy story to think about. If he meets them in game, maybe it's at the cutoff at the very last chance of the tournament. I can very well see Mapples up there, you know, being in that kind of spot where it's very close to the wildcard spot. And if they don't get it and then fall out of the pack quals, then, you know, he himself will be in the situation that he will not make it to any of the big tournaments either. So yeah, this is a very complicated situation, as always with these roster situations, roster shuffles at the start of the year while the tournament is already going on.
I keep on that Marbles though, because Molodok, I believe, is playing today, and obviously, as we know, as you mentioned, obviously he's exiting out of the team, and Lucarux is that pickup for those that don't know. No congestion for me when it comes looking at the hot drops of where potential. There are other teams, and I actually do worry. I want to talk very quickly before we look at the leaderboard though, like a team like FaZe, because the upper bracket, they were flying really, really high, and they really stole the show, Felix. But then they're going to be really close to a team like Na'Vi. Will Na'Vi allow them to escape a little bit? Are we going to see a little bit of a early contention between these two powerhouses? Because we know in the upper bracket, Na'Vi was the other team that came out swinging really, really fast.
Yeah, Na'Vi was harassing plenty of teams in the early game. We saw them harass Foot, we saw them harass even Ascent sometimes, we saw them harass plenty of teams. So I'm not expecting that to change, honestly. But going back to FaZe, I mean, they just showed us a masterclass of how to handle these lobbies, right? Incredibly safe early rotates. They never took more space than they necessarily needed to. Less space than they would have in a bigger lobby, but in this one, they really kept together. I think the maximum that we saw in Phase 2 was like a 2-2 split, so they kept it together as well in terms of grouping ability. And then pacing. They knew exactly when they needed to make a move, when they needed to take space. They very often played it very smartly and delayed moves until later stages, so the rest of the teams that were aggressively fighting on the edges, had to make or were making moves earlier. So yeah, I'm expecting FaZe once again to come out swinging. They're just, in my opinion, the best team at the moment in EU in terms of adapting to lobbies.
And I just want to point out the fact too that they played 2 of those 3 days with a sub. Now, bear in mind that sub was probably the best sub that we've ever seen in the history of PUBG Esports. Sparking coming in from Brazil. Yes. Technically on loan from STK for that weekend, but Sparking was incredible. Like, he racked up so many kill points. But you spoke about Na'Vi too, and I think Na'Vi, and we saw it last week, and we're going to see it again today, were probably the biggest benefactors of GG not being inside the lobby as well. Because if you watch both those teams, because they had the same coach, they want to make the same rotations. The same theory on how to play the game was there from a macro perspective. So with GG not being there, Na'Vi are a lot more free to play their game.
This is such a big, especially early in that 2024 season when we saw that, well, late 23, early 24, when that Na'Vi team was rostered, the coach, it was very, very apparent. And it wasn't really on the early game. We really saw GG and Na'Vi clash heads, that middle point. It's that kind of like, they know how each other play, Gibson. And at the point of the zone, I suppose, favouring more, that actually these teams haven't got the place to play any, that what happens is they get caught in, and it was a kind of who rotated first may not got the win, who had the compound, the hardcover, and it was who reacted quicker towards that team. So yes, Na'Vi, I believe, are definitely going to be benefited from a team like GG not making it into the grand finals.
Yeah, and I was speaking to a lot of players across the globe as well who are on the teams that didn't get global partner spots, but would expect to be making it, making a push to qualify for regional finals and then PGS itself. They said that if a global partner team comes to them and says, we're dropping in your spot, all you can do is say, yep, okay, we're walking away, because they can flex the muscles. They don't need to win events to qualify. They're already going there. And it will disrupt the flow of so many of those teams.
And just adding to your point, we've already seen that Na'Vi in Ascend, especially on Taego. Ascend and Na'Vi are very much on that west-hand side, and Felix, I know you're a big fan of the team. They gave up that spot. It was going one apiece. We saw Na'Vi win one, Ascend win another, and we know Ascend would like to play more of a control. So it was like, hey, look, let's give up this spot. You guys take it. But yet we're still seeing these guys trying to fight out very early on, but there's a clear indication that that drop spot has been given up.
Yeah, luckily for Ascent, Ascent isn't necessarily a team that relies on their specific draft spots in terms of playing style too much. I think they have like 3 more out drops on Miramar depending on the playing path anyway, so I don't think that is a team that necessarily, really has big problems of adjusting to exactly the changes that you were looking for. But yeah, all the other teams, especially the teams, once again, that do necessarily need the rotation timing that comes from a specific drop spot and have trained this for months on end, these are going to be in trouble. And yeah, as you said, I think GG is a perfect example of this as well.
And you're talking about Ascend too. I think a lot of people maybe were watching scrims at the start of this year and watching the prep, and they were like, Ascend don't look like the same team they were. There's 2 things that you need to factor in. One, they haven't been playing with their full roster up until last weekend, where we finally got Micah back in, and what an impact he was able to have on every single aspect of the game. But when you look at the best teams from a macro standpoint globally, Ascend are up there. In Europe last year, all the way through the whole year, you could argue they were the best macro team out there. And it does come down to the fact that they have a coach in Kowo who understands this game at every single level, and he's so smart. And you can tell that since he took up that role as the coach of Ascend, that those players have learned so much from him as well.
Yeah, I think Brexco as an IGL has always been at the very top of the scene. I mean, I literally wrote a song about it, so there must be some truth in it. No, always, I feel like he's one of the best IGLs in terms of adaptability, and I think that's due to the fact that they did have to go through open quals so very often. I mean, their whole PGS run last year was due to the fact that they had to play an entire stage of open qualifiers, had to go all through that. And once again, we know how tough it is, even for very, very individually skilled teams to go through, because there's so many variables of other teams that you can't really expect and predict. So yeah, I think that's a big part of it. And I feel like, yeah, Kobo, another good entry that you just said. I think he really motivated Brexco to go even further. I think he motivated him to pick up the slack again, because once again, I think, in my opinion at least, playstyle-wise, this team falls and has its highs and falls and highs and lows so far with the performance of Brexco as an IGL. If he's motivated, if he's there, if he's committed, he's one of the best IGLs in the world.
Yeah, it is such a good team to watch if you want to understand how PUBG game unfolds, and they take advantage of some spots you just wouldn't see, and the control is just insane, and that's a shout across the whole team. I think everyone has such a key place is to go for. Very quickly though, as I am getting confirmation the plane has been checked, they've been loaded, and we are about to get ourselves towards that runway. Felix, before we say goodbye to you, you did make some big calls though during the lower bracket. Who's taking game number 1?
Well, at this point, I can only lose, can't I? Who's taking game 1? You know what? I'm going with it. I'm going with Ascent. I'm just put it out there. I think they'll start off strong, and I'm hoping to see Mika back in his form that we saw last week.
Well, you did start strong on the lower bracket. You haven't been wrong so far. But for now, I've got to say goodbye to you, Felix, and we'll see you maybe during the game, or if not, definitely after. But for Gibson, it's down to us now. It is game number 1. We are be kicking things off, though, on the Miramar. Might be the sandy dunes. We'll have a little middle section. Planes checked. It's refueled. Players are ready to go. There's nothing else to be said, guys. Let's get into it. It's game number 1. It's the grand finals. Tulpar PROTALITY. Let's go.
Forget what happened in the last few days. We're here now for the finals. The flight path is from 5 up to 1. It's southwest to northeast to kick things off. Not quite through the center of the map. A little bit more favored on the eastern side. But Mark, no doubt most of these players will be excited to kick off strong. And you spoke about Ascend in the pre-show, about how all their drop spots are on the extremities of the map. Look, yes. They're gone. They're off the plane. As soon as you could hit that F key, they were out of that plane.
For those that don't know what we're talking about, so there is sharing of information where the expectations our team's going to go. Some of that comes from the team sharing that knowledge. Some will come from watching the scrims, but there's a very telltale sign. And Ascend has a drop spot and ults, and they seem to be in all 4 corners. They're a team for me that likes to play inward when it comes down towards the map. So yeah, early drop for them. They're going to be out, and I do like it, but we have seen It's Chris be caught out a few times on his Todd. Seems to be cautious, but for now, there are no other teams that are contesting.
And I don't expect there to be either until tomorrow, until teams really need to start making a move. Lobby 1, everyone will be feeling themselves out just a little bit. You know, we expect that this lobby would be a little bit easier to play from a decision-making standpoint than the previous round, because it is a much more refined roster with teams having set drop spots. You've got Los Leones. You said there was a chance we might see a hot drop inside of Los, but it didn't quite work out that way. But the zone shifts, right? And it goes right on top of Ascend. But even more importantly, this is probably the most that you and I have seen that southern island being encapsulated by that first circle in a long, long time. And some teams who have dropped early have a decision to make whether they put the house on this going on to Drumstick Island, or whether they go for a 2-2 split, or whether they just say, you know what, we'll deal with the problem if it arises later on in the game.
The other call really was for It's Chris. How long do you stay there? Well, it looks like the call for him is to get in the car and go. There's a lot of unplayable. There is a lot of unplayable. On the west-hand side, we see the cliff. There's elements of water in. I think some of these teams are going to look at the island and go, let's maybe put 1, maybe 2 over there. Maybe go for a 2-2 split. But the expectations are it might not play there. It is PUBG. It can be dangerous. We've seen some crazy zones already. So I wouldn't drop the eye just yet on Prison Island. But we're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, that Prison Island, though, keep an eye on that during the game. Footer not too far away either. I'm looking way up towards the northeast, though, and a doozy has dropped just a bit further away from the rest of BetBoom. And what a story they have had over the last 12 months. You and I have spoken in depth. We think that they're definitely one of the top 2-3 teams in Europe on their day. They've got that org support, but the amount of guts, or the amount of confidence that it would take to get yourself back into the position to compete in 2024 is so high, and they have a lot of fun. But do not be worried, Mark, because they are, even though they have fun, they are deadly.
So about being deadly, we've got a BBL. Smash comes further in. Initial shots will go out, but no connection just yet. The rest of the teams, you can continue moving on. It's dangerous. You don't want to be going out early here on game number 1.
You definitely don't. You don't want to go out early. You want to pick up as many placement points because it is a best of 10. We have 2 maps, or 5 maps each day. So best of 15. Oh my god, I was in the lower bracket mindset. But Win or Die are rotating in here too, Mark. And Win or Die, they are definitely a team that could ruffle some feathers in this lobby.
There are some teams that could ruffle feathers, and there are also some teams and casters and sponsors to be able to give away some G-Coin. 1,000 G-Coin is going to be up for grabs, though, during the event. It's only during the Twitch chat, so if you get yourself quickly over towards Twitch if you are watching on YouTube, and the keyword will be Brutality, and they'll be going out on each map. So loads of G-Coin, but look at that. Lou puts down a quick kill confirm as the Sandstorm didn't provide the cover, though, and Win or Die, they're going to be down to a player early.
Yeah, that's a point on the board for Twisted Minds. Remember, the kings of the lower bracket, they finished top of their leaderboard over the last few days. And this is where they come to life, the last few days of a tournament. And I know they'll have a ton of fans expecting big things for them. And you know as well as I do, momentum is a growing, living thing. And if you can get some points on the board very early in game number 1, you'll be feeling very, very good going into today. And I think that if Twisted Mind starts strong today, they could start running away with day 1.
Well, the kings of the lower bracket I'm still adamant that they just want extra games, if I'm honest with you. I just think they want to play the upper bracket. They're happy to do the extra couple of games come the lower bracket. But yeah, it's down to a good start. They prefer a chase, so I wouldn't be surprised for them to maybe sit in that sort of second, third spot. Obviously, then work their way up. But for now, we'll go back towards the east side of the zone. How going to be rotating another team, which will be looking to ensure they get a compound early. They were caught on rotations, but when they found that rhythm, they're pretty strong, though, in that bracket.
Oh, they definitely were. And again, they're getting more used to playing alongside Code Marco. You know, we spoke about the aggression that he brings. He's one of those front-footed players, and I think it's taking Hoyle a little bit of time to get used to that. But if they can kick things off today, they'll be feeling pretty good as well. Another one of those regional partner teams. BB, though, they have decided they're going to take the aerial route here, and I think this is a pretty good decision for them, considering they were on the extremity of the map.
This is a huge call. I think lucky enough they did find that E-pick up, and they're using it early enough to find themselves. Interestingly, Win or Die, though, despite down a player, they have put a player down towards the island on the south, and BB, I think they're going to be looking, they're going to be scouting for any compounds they can find. Ascent did push out BB over the top of them, and Howl continue to rotate, but they are rotating after getting a knock here on the Mad Bulls, and I like this style of Howl. This is the Mad, and I suppose that Code Marco pacing, as they are now just on top of Mad Bulls. Have they done enough to disengage?
Well, I think they're going to flee anyway. The Mad, oh, that's great covering fire. He will get some damage put on top of him, and that will force them to get the med kit off, and that'll buy a little bit more time for Mad Bulls. Nixie doing an excellent job as that forward-facing player. But usually it's Ebby that we see in that role, right?
He's normally in that role. Like I said, disengagement as well. How they're going to be happy they've secured a little bit. But Nixie, he's the one holding them back slightly. And we need to wait and see how they get on. Nixie is ready with a couple more shots, but look at this. They're another team that needs a good day. They're going to hear a lot of these action around the other side, but talk about action when we get the chance. Let's bring in the amazing FedEx. I'm sure he's got this zone to talk about.
I love your introductions. Thank you so much. Interesting zone. If you do remember the lower bracket, we've seen this in the second Miramar game. Pretty much exact zone. Just due to the fact that we have different teams, we had plenty of different drop spots now. We saw Twisted Minds win that round due to fast southern shifts, but they were in a completely different spot, right? They lose Power Grid and Dropic as well. And Dropic, one of the teams that went really far in this round. That just goes to show you how, even despite having the circles be almost identical due to the fact that the lobby changes, even only a couple of teams, drop spot changes, and that just kind of has some kind of a butterfly effect due to the fact that, you know, the teams will be rotating in from different edges, and yeah, the whole setup changes as a result of this as well. And that's what I mean with adaptability. It's a perfect example of this. Teams will have to relearn essentially in this day off where the rotates will be coming in, where the teams are to be expected within phase one, and what the timings on these are. This time around, for example, Twisted Minds, Tropic, both these teams will know each other's timings. They will know that in Tropic, with the new spot they take in this lobby with the Chuma, will have an easier rotate into the center and a faster one as well. And Twisted Minds, on the other hand, completely the opposite. They will have a harder rotate in from the hard west due to the fact that looting Mountain now not Power Grid. So that's just one of these big examples on how, you know, lobbies really change, and despite the same circle being played, outcomes are different.
Yeah, and thanks for that. That's the update from our man on the ground. But speaking about men on the ground, Code Marco will get knocked here for Hoyle by FaZe Clan as they crash this Chuma church position, which can be really powerful as it gives you those long lines of sight. Kwepa will dip back into cover. He's taken a ton of damage here already. That'll leave the Mad in a position to push him. But oh no, Mark James has fallen. He didn't need that. Yeah, the Sandstorm, you know, a lot of mixed feelings about it, but it can buy teams that little bit of time if they need it. to just get first aids off or rotate or reposition him, because it does make a lot of noise. The Mad gets a knock on to Fex now as he gets the angle up on top, and here comes nail up from Klinska. There's Rista finding the knock onto James, and this is going from bad to worse for FaZe. They started things off really well. Hoyle will get eliminated as Sparking gets the kill, and all of Brazil let out a huge roar because they bring numbers anytime Sparking's in a lobby. I think we may have lost Mark temporarily as he just accidentally knocked his mic out. Look, I'll go over, we'll get it sorted. Micah here rotating away. Ascend as Mad Bulls start peeking up over that ridge line in towards the farm, and Ascend, they'll get on out of there. Time to abandon the 2-2 split for them. So Micah will rotate away. You can see just inside the distance and beside them, the Young Danes are not too far away with some of those SSG players in the mix as well. Navi, 4 up for them. They had a fantastic upper bracket finals. They'll hope to continue things that way as Dante will get that knock on to Perfectix. And I just wonder how much he would enjoy that one, getting the knock onto Twisted Minds. BBL playing just underneath the hill that Entropic are holding as well. Entropic with just a little split for them. BBL definitely a team that needs to improve their performance. They were very hit and miss yesterday, but they did manage to qualify for this lobby, and that's kind of all that matters for a roster like that. Extends from Win or Die. That door is, of course, open. He can see through it. It's not just a bit of magic from Extends on his side. All this action by Valle Del Mar, but the big thing for viewers at home to keep an eye on and notice is the zone has shifted off that southern island. We're not looking at prison anymore, and because of that, the opportunity will open up for the teams that took prio positions on that main island, the main part of Miramar, to extend their will. Like Chris with the Panzer tries to hit it off, and he falls a little bit short of getting that knock onto Foot. Another spray of the AUG to chase Foot up the hill, but Ascend won't get one. Second time of asking now. He goes for the tire, but I don't think it popped as they look to lock out Foot on their way up that hill. But the problem is Ascend made the push for Valle Del Mar. They had to fall back in their position. Now they find themselves a little bit closer on the edge. Pixel from Young Danes, Hjort, Mixon, Ketter, and Pixel. What a grand finals they had, as Pixel was able to have tons of fun, putting up big numbers for the Young Danes side as well. But it is Phase 2, 40 seconds until it will close, and most of these teams just starting to take shots all the way across the map. That war of attrition that I like to speak about. Getting rid of helmets, getting rid of vests, making it so that when you get to the late game, you are in a much, much better position to pick up the win. And that's an investment a lot of these teams need to do. Pod Samulet down in the dip. Just being very wary of the fact they've got Twisted Minds above them, and they've got Plinska a little bit further away to the south as well, to the east, sorry, as well. The zone shift will pop, and we are going donutting. It is going back towards the Young Danes. They have a 2-2 split now with Foot in between, so if they try to collapse that back into a full 4, it could be very dangerous. Mad Bulls are up in the sky now too, as they will make a play to land on these rocks. And here's the thing. Emergency pickups can be fantastic as long as you get everybody on the ground, but you also don't have a vehicle, so they are on foot from this moment on. They've got themselves 2 shacks, though. They've got their feet on the ground, and I can't see Foot extending. But with Foot focusing on the players in the sky, it looks like the Young Danes, they will now collapse their split, and Diffix and Hakatori will get 2 knocks on the Tractor Team. Jembo and Lighted getting taken down. And I believe we can now welcome back Mark.
Yay. Felix came in, he kicked me out, and I couldn't get back. Anyway, I believe I'm all good. So apologies, guys, for that slight delay. There's love the shift, though. A lot of teams having to fight early here, Gibson, but we still got high numbers. Only one team down. 56 remain. It's going to be a lot of fight like this for the compound and Na'Vi trying to take on the tractor teams. We know Marcy's backed into a corner. Could be dangerous. And there goes a Kobe nade up. A foot beat me. He's putting down some shots through the window.
99 problems, but he couldn't get that extra one bit of damage onto Marcis to confirm that knock. Tractor team, Crazy and Marcis. Crazy is going to get caught by Braxco as he will take him down on the edge of Valle del Mar. 15 teams, 55 players, and Marcis the last player standing with Navi on the hunt here, Mark.
Navi are on the hunt for a good game number one. Tractor team go down to one. And we will have to wait and see, though. A lot of teams, though, be fighting the outside edge. Another sandstorm comes through. Here comes the flash that goes on the outside. The Tommy gun doesn't quite do it. Both of them flashed until tomorrow. But so said ends it. Tractor team, unfortunately, will be falling in 15th place.
Yeah, 14 teams left. Remember, Tractor Team are one of the sides that are hoping to get that invite to the playoffs. Pod Samuel, another one. Nixie from Mad Bulls will find a knock on the T-Bone. Remember, these two sides are on the mountain staring down at each other, and Dante looking up the hill here once more.
Oh, looking through. Just want to give a massive shout out to the chat as well. Look at the love for Ascend, the love for BB, the love for Tractor Team. It's great to see. Keep supporting your teams, though. It is a 3-day final, best of 15, so it's 5 games a day. And this is game number 1, so you've joined right at the beginning. And that zone is about to give away. The question is, does it give more towards that north because of the water that's sitting on the south side?
It's got to go north, right? It's just a question of, is it going to be straight north, northeast, northwest? Some of these teams will be big losers. Some of them will be big winners. I'm looking at FaZe. If this shifts towards them, they should win this game with the position they have. Yes, they lost the player, but they've got so much control, and it goes the opposite way, and all of a sudden, Mad Bulls have been gifted the circle. Now, remember, Mark, this is good for them because they didn't have a car. They e-pickuped onto this position.
They did. They have to sit tight now. Esports will be happy. Interesting to see which way we go. I think there'll be a fight on the south. Na'Vi, looking at the map, they don't really need to move. They just need to ensure that Ascend don't come towards their compound. I think Ascend might be looking a little bit more east here, trying to get themselves around the road, but it's a difficult climb on the south.
It's a difficult one indeed, but I think Ascend will know that their best bet is probably to rotate, maybe more so a little bit towards the east. Gustav will get a knock on the BB team as Besto will fall, but look at Plinska Bocce getting very close here. That forward scouting Lucarux was right on the tails of Twisted Minds, and Lou's got to be careful as he makes his way, but we're seeing FaZe Clan getting pushed by BB as well.
Yep, BB. We should be able to hear the sound cues now. Spyro's such a big hitter for this team. Best in the duty down on one side, but play peekaboo around the corner, and Fex would say no chance there. Spyro goes down. Best going to chuck out a nade, and here comes a full crash here. FaZe know the zone's left them. They're going to try and get every point on their board they can now.
That's what it's about. Lucarux does get caught out by Batu, but Besto is ready and waiting. I see the Panzers in the hands of FaZe Clan as well as they look to deal with this one-man army. The rest of BB on the other side of the road. And Mark, how often do we see this exact fight kicking off? One player on the top floor trying to hold back an onslaught from 2 or more players.
Yeah, and the zone's already coming, so they've got 1 minute 20 to clear and also get across because the other 2 are holding the anchor position. FaZe still got 3 up there. Might be looking at an opportunity to leave now. Sparking, he's going to look at an opportunity. Good to see him back on the squad. And Vex is going to get as much as he can with 7 first aids. It's a dangerous one. There goes an explosive car from Harden BBL. As our pin guys struggling now to find themselves in the zone.
Yeah, Plinsky in a very horrible position now. 1 player left alive on the north. Smash will get a knock on to Presente though, because let's not forget Pod, Samlet and BBL, even though they're looking north, gotta look at each other too as they play on the edge of these gods. Presente, DBNO. That res should come on, and BBL, we can see big nades coming from Dante, but BBL have got to be careful because there is more playable space. They've extended way out in this 2-2.
This was so difficult. Plin now go down 14th place as well. 13 teams remain. They're one of the teams on this north to north sort of east side. BBL on the lower section. We had a game like this, so people know how crucial it is trying to hold the high ground. This example gives us a perfect example of that as he puts Dante down to a 1-shot.
Yeah, Dante will dip it back into cover once more. BB team eliminated now. as this battle for the north continues, and BBL will fall back now. This is smart decision making. The zone shifts, and well, for BBL, they will play the edge happily now. But all these teams, Mark, on the southwest have to now make their way in, and FaZe Clan are pushing up onto Ascend.
Ascend down with 2 DBNO. It's down to Mick and It's Chris at the moment. They need to decide whether they go back. I think the call is to maybe go for zone. Mick's going to have a little look back over the top. But we know Ascend, they've not been shy to go and stick a dangerous res. It might be looking like that now. Other side of the zone, though, win or die, they're trying to get themselves in as well. This is a fight for the edge. There's a lot of teams, there's a lot of players, and not a lot of space.
Yeah, Gustav and Sparking dealing with 2 members of Ascend. They're down to a 2 from this point on. Chris is holding on to the edge of the circle, but FaZe have 7 kills already. Gustav and Sparking, 3 between them, the last 2 standing.
Is a team which we know will go hunting. 108 kills, Gibson, in the upper bracket this team puts
that
on.
all?
So, is that all? Yes, yeah, it's light work. So, looks like they're putting a good start here. Na'Vi didn't leave the area. I think rightfully so. They're going to try now hold out. So we've seen FaZe wrap around. Sparking takes a couple of tabs from Hakatori. 2 big contenders, though, day number 1 in the upper bracket as well. And I don't think Hakatori is going to allow FaZe out. But does FaZe have enough opportunities? Gustav plays peekaboo.
Yeah, Gustav heading back, and he's coming under pressure now from the blue zone as he will fall, leaving Sparking, the Brazilian, the last player up. Sparking will get 1, but there is the trade back the other way. Defex catches him from behind, and I think for Ascend, they will play with just Chris now too, because the blue zone will do for Micah. So the FaZe Clan Reign of Terror will end at 8 on the board, Mark. But Phase 5, we've still got 11 teams up.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Na'Vi can try them. Will die trying to push them further around, and it's Chris going to go. So wouldn't be surprised for FaZe to get another point on the board. But they've had to climb the higher ground now, and at the top, there's a Twisted Mind. So Will die unfortunately do fall, so unable to get there as well. Presenting Liz, that's a shot, but Lou puts down Rock, and there goes Mick on that zone. So fortunately now for Ascend, they're down to their final player.
Yeah, big need from Mixon as well from the young Danes as they start pushing Exhalation. Presente is down, but they're not going to go for that res until the first aids pop first. But Twisted Minds just getting a grip now onto Pod Samlet at the edge of the circle. Pin will fall to Lou. Dante's going to drop now too. The blue zone doing even more damage. Exhalation are eliminated by the young Danes, and Pod Samlet may be about to follow them out, and they do.
Oh, so difficult. They're in the blue, they jump out, they run into a blue zone nade as well. We know how damaging they can be in pods. Leave it a bit too late to climb their hill, and as a result, they are going to go out. Soon after that, though, Ascend do make the placement points, though. So they will take 8th place, and it's Chris will be gone. Everyone is on the west. Only Iro for BBL sits out on that east. He might have to wrap round towards the rest of his team, and I'm sure this BBL versus Twisted Mind fight will have to go very quickly, but it's dangerous because Mad Balls will just see the backs and packs of these players.
Yeah, but I'm so much happier that BBL have upped the aggression today. That was such a clever move to just leave Iro on the edge. He can keep an eye. He can hold all the teams towards the south. He's literally that scout, and he says, the rest of you guys, go get involved on the north side with these battles because you know Twisted Minds are there. And Twisted Minds, 5 kills as well as they've started today really strong. And this fight's going to kick off.
Does kick off though. Lube's come over the top though, but Sheila turns back round. Twisted Mind's going to make the push though. Iro for the long distance back up though. So crucial that he got that knock. But is down to a 1 shot as well. Example, DBNO. And it looks like that Twisted Mind's push falls apart actually from a player really far away. Crucial shots came in from BBL.
I saw someone asking earlier on why 3-1 splits are good. Well, this is the exact reason why Iro is able to get 2 kills in that fight. And now we look on the other side. Young Danes in a big battle with Mad Bulls. They have 1 kill, but they've got the positioning over the Danes.
Look, they're only 1 kill, but because they had the position for quite some time. Now it's damage control. Stop the teams coming on the ridge. So they will play peekaboo over the young Danes. Another big contender. Na'Vi on the other side. Forrest has got a gas can in his back pocket because you need them in the end zones. But Beamy, he's going to be ready for Na'Vi to fall on their sword.
He's holding the angle, daring Na'Vi to peek to Na'Vi. No, well, they're going to get a knock for 1 onto Hakatori, and that is a big opening engagement forfeit. More utility thrown, and Mark, what about that for a timer? Hakatori is down, and Navi in a lot of trouble trying to move up this very, very steep hill.
Let's give a bit of time to respect as well. It's dangerous and difficult. They underarm those nades and they get the explosive time right on point. Hakatori, big hitter now for Na'Vi. They're going to be down to a 3, and for Esports, be very much focused now to ensure they stop Na'Vi coming in. The question is, do they know how close Team Entropic are?
Yeah, and another fight on at the same time. Ebby takes a ton of damage as the Young Danes are now moving towards Mad Bulls. Both of these teams want that invite that they'll get through to the next stage of PEC. BBL Overlords looking over the whole north side of the circle, Mark. Honestly, BBL, their macro has been so good this time. I know that Falix can't wait to talk about it, but look how much control they have.
I'm waiting for the notes. I'm waiting for them to go. BBL, we're starting with BBL because they have been working hard through the bracket stages to work on this outside edge play. Hasn't worked out all the time for them, but it seems the pacing is getting better as we're moving closer and closer towards the end games. For now, it's the first game of the grand finals. They move straight towards the outside edge, and that circle does sort of bless them even more.
Yeah, Circle, you could say they're blessed, but it's the hard work that they've done that's put them in this position. Mad Bulls, though, still trying to outmaneuver the Young Danes as they try to force an entry. And for Mad Bulls, you know where they are. The big thing they need to worry about is Mixon, who's going for the flank. And if Mixon can get around and get a knock onto one of these Mad Bulls players, that's the entryway.
It's the entry they are going to be looking for. Mad Bulls, they don't want to extend just yet. I like the deployable shield, waiting for the teams to come over towards the other side. Mad Bulls, they know there's plenty of kills left on this battleground to take. 6 teams are about to be close before that sort of top 4 spot, and a lot of teams are lurking on the edge. That means we're going to see a play-in, and look at what phase we are in. Phase number 7 at the moment, and we store hold now a huge number of players.
Yes, 6 teams, 22 players. A couple of these teams are playing a little bit short due to some battles they had a little bit earlier on. But here is the move now. Molodoct, the prone snake. You don't want to step onto him. Nixie does 17 damage onto Ketter, forcing him back. But Mark, I've just spotted Pixel's got a P90.
He's got a P90. End zone. Dangerous for Pixel. We know how creative the Young Danes can be. 2 kills on the board. There's a knock. Diffix is down. Navi down to a 2. There is a P90 on the other ridge as well. We're going to launch out a nade, followed by the molly. So, loads of util dump now on a team that is still on the outside edge of zone.
Yeah, Foot will push onto this now too. They don't want to lose the opportunity to pick up some points. T-Bone focused on the other side as Entropic began attempting to third party this one as well. Foot with T-Bone holding the other side of the fight, and T-Bone will fall. And all of a sudden, Foot in a spot of trouble. Entropic and these other 2 teams, the Young Danes and Navi, might begin moving this way. But look at this, Mad Bulls, Mark. They've sustained some damage too.
Oh, they came for that third party, if you saw on that mini-map, but it didn't really work out for them. Pixel holds the line, but he goes down, but it's not by the Mad Bulls. Ferris put him down. Ketter's now got the reposition. Don't know if Pixel's going to be able to rest. Here's Mad Bulls. Do see the extension over. Great use of those flash grenades. Looks like 30 Sports are going to take 6th place, and we will see Navi taking 5th. And there we go. Top 4 teams there, Gibson.
Yeah, 4v4, v3, v3, but the Young Danes have only got Kettler left alive. He's down to 1 HP, gets a good headshot on the Nixie, and that might be enough to buy him the fraction of time he needs to fall back and pop a first aid. And here comes the third party as Entropic are wrapping all the way around the south, and Kettler is in a lot of trouble.
He is. He's relying on Entropic to take the fight with the Mad Bulls. They're having a little look for him. Can see and hear the sound cues be on point. And there we go. Quizzy going to put a point on the board for them. That's number 3. Double up as we see another team go down. It's a 4 versus 4 versus 3.
Yeah, Entropic controlling the south, BBL controlling the north, and Mad Bulls just trying to pick their poison, right? Which of these gunfights can we get that opening knock onto? Because if you just try to play into the circle from here, you're going to get shot at from both sides. So Mad Bulls, you know they're having that discussion right now.
They are going to be holding the outside. They're going back. I think they're looking for some kills and steals, but Smash launching through some big shots on Nixie through the door. He'd be disappointed, but Smash And BBL, I think again they're just controlling this end game so well. Actually, not even the end game, Gibson. Since midway point, they've been looking good here. Game number 1.
The way they're playing this 3-1 split is excellent. Iroh is again on the very northern point of the circle, making sure that they're not getting flanked by Entropic. Hockey gets the knock on the Moldoc. That feeds even more information to BBL, and that is the Mad Bulls eliminated, and it is a 4 versus 4. And honestly, if you're looking at it this way, Entropic are downhill. This is the team that's in the dodgy spot, and Fender gets that knock.
And they think they get the opportunity to spread out, but instant knock there from BBL. Crucial. It's down to a 4 versus 4, but once DB&O, Hawk is going to try and get this res as quick as he can, but that zone shift is going to be dangerous because it's going to go right to the dot. And I believe BBL, they're going to be happy. Iroh's in the back line. He's just going to double check. There's no one coming on the east, and I wouldn't be surprised BBL to really hold the opportunity for Team Entropic to get in.
Yeah, flashback to map 4 of the lower bracket with BBL and Entropic at the very end, fighting for the win. Johnny's got the P90 though, that came out of the hand of Pixel, but they've got the res and they're back to a 4 and they're starting to use their utility.
Here comes UTL. We know it's going to be so key at the end here. There you go, Smoke all in and giving him opportunity. But that's a big nade though from Entropic. Smash has gone down. It goes back in the favour of Entropic. This is a big game either side here. Because both these teams looking, and Fenlos goes through. He takes out Jenny. He's got the P90.
There's that kill. It's a 3 versus 2 now. Shilla is down, and I don't really think that BBL can go for that res. Entropic are making a massive push up the circle, but Denderloss gets a knock. We're back to a 2 versus 2. He's 2 HP now. He's spotted and he's knocked. It's a 2v1, and it's all down to Iroh.
Iroh, the anchor player as well. He's done his job. Now he has to clutch it up, though. You know, confirmed out here from Entropic. There are opportunities on the other side, and that's information queues going on. Gwendy's, he's stuck behind as Iroh's trying to lay down that fire.
Yeah, stun grenade thrown. Grandis confirms out those kills now. 7 for Entropic. Iroh spotted. Dedrix gets the kill. And the new Entropic roster kick off the grand finals weekend with an 18-point game. And when they were picked up, right, you and I, we were like, this is such good news for the roster that used to be Sheesh. They have come to life today, and that's a brilliant game from them.
Huge points. Let's not take anything away from BBL. Didn't quite get the chicken dinner. Definitely put the highest kills on the board, and I believe Twisted Mind's on a huge amount of farming for damage, but damage doesn't always get you the points. It might get you warmed up. For now, we are going to take a very quick break. When we come back, though, it's going to be another Miramar for match number 2. We'll see you guys in a few.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar for serious.
Well, game number 1 did not disappoint, though. Lots of sandstorms, lots of danger, but Phalanx BBL come out on top of the mountain, but not on top with the winner chicken dinner.
No, not quite, even though I did think, and you guys said it as well in the end, they had the high ground, so I thought it was going to be a massive advantage, but the smoke plays, and honestly, the individual performances as well, we've got to highlight Grandy's. Yeah, we're able to turn things around, and at the same time, I'm kind of happy, because Entropic have been waiting for this. They've been waiting to the lower and the upper bracket for a win like this, for a high point win as well. It was 18 points now for so long. This is what they need to start off this tournament, because I always thought confidence is a big problem of theirs.
It's all about the confidence, and sometimes when you have a best of X and it's more than one day, sometimes getting that first day underneath your belt and even that first game under your belt is huge for a team. Love this though. How, for me, looked really aggressive, especially early on. Didn't quite get the result they wanted, but it's a good stance. It's not that defensive How that we saw Gibson early on in the rounds.
No, they've caught up to speed a little bit more with Code Marco, and it is a case where they're in a more difficult lobby, which technically, as I said, it's that weird oxymoron where it makes it a little bit more easy too, because you can read other teams. They were just unfortunate that Sparking and the rest of FaZe decided to crash on them in Tuma Church, because even though FaZe went out outside the placement points, they put up a ton of points again. Like, honestly, because I work in another region a little bit, I've got a lot of love for Sparking. I get to see him a lot, but he really is the real deal. And Corexi is incredible too, but the fact that you can, when he's not available, you were able to draw in, quite frankly, one of the best toe-to-toe gunners in the world. You can see that FaZe are loving playing with him too. Huge for them. And not biased in any way, shape or form. It's just as biased as Phalanx is with Ascend. Let's talk about Ascend very quickly, though, Phalanx, because this was their area. This is their drop zone. And they didn't quite deal with it as I expected. And unfortunately for them, I think they got zoned. FaZe crashing down towards the south. That really gave them some difficulty. And we had Na'Vi trying to hold them out. And they might have left it a little bit too late to get out the town.
Yeah, you're saying they got zoned. I think they did get zoned to some degree, but in a different way that you might think.
Yeah.
From phase 1, I knew if they're playing Circle Center, and they did go for Circle Center, that's never a spot they feel comfortable in. They do like to have control of the round. That means playing edge, playing heavy information, heavy play as well. So that means going from edge to edge, spreading out, and that's just not possible with a centralized kind of playstyle. So I wasn't surprised to see Ascent struggling. Now, was it the zone? I wouldn't necessarily agree, because I think they did have a great rotate when it came back west. They did have almost the entire city at some point, and honestly, if they would have taken the fight a little bit earlier towards FaZe, obviously at that point, it's kind of a little bit hindsight because you don't know exactly how the zone's shifting, but it was definitely there as an option. So if they would have taken the fight earlier, I think it would have been a great round as well. But yeah, once again, they never feel comfortable, centralized, and so once again, from phase 1 onwards, I knew this might be a little bit of trouble for them.
I still think they did really well with what they were given when you consider the fact that they got crashed early on. They managed to pull 2 players back in towards Valle del Mar, and I think not every push is the same. It's very difficult when you are getting pushed by FaZe while also getting third-partied on the other side too. So I feel like they got a little bit caught up in the mix. But points on the board, it's the main thing. They didn't go away with nothing going into that game. But we didn't really talk about Young Danes enough there either. I think they played a very smart game too. They were just unfortunate that they were one of the fillings of a 6-team sandwich that we had on that west side. You had Mad Bulls, you had Foot, you had Entropic, you had them, you had Na'Vi. Like, when you're in the middle, it's the worst spot to be in when those things kick off.
I think just again, you're 100% right, and it's the same fact. I agree with the point with Ascend, because some teams don't like sitting in the middle. They want to farm the outside, and there's so much happening. And then we saw Mad Balls extending out Felix to try and get involved in the action, but behind we saw Win or Die. They were pushing out towards him, and they just couldn't scrabble their way back. Young Danes, they did hit hard, but again, that climb on the south, we know it's always dangerous, let alone having so many teams left and right of you.
Yeah, we've seen throughout the upper, and I want to say especially lower bracket as well, how tough it is if you don't know the lobby yourself, and this is one of the first times, and you don't know how the teams are rotating, that lots of these teams meet more teams than expected, and this time around it was the western edge. They kind of had all these teams stacked up because it's the easier way to rotate upwards to the hill, and there's lots of parallels as well you can walk without having line of sight on each other, so it's definitely possible to walk up there as 2 teams right next to each other. So once again, tough fights for all of these. I want to highlight Mad Bulls. I think the timing on these fights was really great, and I think the way they cleared the last player, the Young Danes, down to the southern side on the edge as well, they realized, hey, we're at a bit of a disadvantage. The next phase over, we will only have a single ridgeline, and even there, people can peek me, so we need to make a move now. And almost, honestly, almost, there was an opportunity to almost maybe take down one of the players from BBL, or alternatively for Entropic, and if that would have happened, maybe there would have been more, but yeah, was too much to be expected from Mad Bulls. Still a great round, though.
It was a little bit too much. It's not going to be too much for the leaderboard. Let's have a look, though, after game number 1 of 15. Where do we lie up? And look, no surprise here, Gibson. BBL 11 kills, but they were just shy of that chicken dinner.
Yeah, they got a lot of kills on the board, but they got outmaneuvered a little bit by Entropic at the end. Na'Vi doing well to get 10 points as well, considering the game they had. But the big thing I'm always going to be looking at this weekend is where are the teams that need those wild card spots sitting. Tractor team, unfortunately for them, they're the only team who this is the only chance of qualifying through, sit in 16th place. However, I will add the caveat that based on what I've seen over the last few days and from some of these players historically, is the fact that they're maybe not as strong on Miramar as they are on Erangel. So here's hoping they can get some points in the next map and then make a play later on today.
As I say, give the Tractor Erangel the fields of dreams and a roof. We know Tractor team are going to be able to clear up. Look, it's game number 1. We can look at the leaderboard as much as we want to. There's no hiding the fact BBL done really well. I definitely feel like they were one of the teams that were MVP in my eyes. Yes, they fell short of that chicken dinner. I also want to say FaZe. Like, they, despite losing a player early, that didn't shift him at all. I felt, Felix, they were just crashing compound to compound.
Yeah, FaZe, it was a bit surprising, to be honest. I didn't think that they were gonna play that aggressive, open and straight towards the enemies. Honestly, I thought they were gonna take more of that slow pacing, kind of you know, domino style playstyle, going from edge to edge but very slowly and making sure they're not losing another player. Completely different, right? Completely unexpected to me. Then again, I think it is down to the fact that they did lose that player earlier on, as you said. I think that just changes your game plan, and from that point on, you need to make sure you get at least some of the points on board, and that also means making sure if you do get an option to take a fight or you do have the advantage, generally, like a breach on a single or maybe 2 players, then you will take these, and I think that's what they did. Once again, it is about adaptability, and that's what FaZe is masterclass at.
Well, let's take advantage and say goodbye to Felix. I'm sure we'll see you very soon. But it is time for game number 2. Players check, bags are loaded. It's game number 2. It's going to be in Miramar. Libsyn, let's get it.
This is the last glance of Miramar you're going to get today, so feast your eyes upon it. The flight path goes from east to west. It's 3 to around 9, right through the heart of Picado with a little bit of an angle on it. And let's see what these teams do. Ascend, expect them to be the final team off the plane with their drop spots. Usually we'll see Los Leones being picked up by Mad Bulls here as well. But you'd assume, Mark, that there's a very good chance that we're not going to have a similar circle to what we had last time. But I've said it now, it'll probably happen.
Jinx it. Completely jinxed it. I do like this flight path. I just want it to go north. I want it to go towards that Cruz, DL, Hazard area. If we go late again, it's going to be that Death Valley section. Ascend will be happy, though, because they'll be taking last up the plane, and they'll be going south.
Yeah, and that's where we expected them to go. I think because of where the flight path is too, they can send Braxco further north because they know that nobody will be heading up towards El Pot. So when you gain us an investment that if the zone shifts north, they've already got boots on the ground a little bit further away. Looking at other teams inside the lobby to keep an eye on, obviously Na'Vi have gone to grab that vehicle. They'll fall back towards Impala in a few seconds' time. BB team, they've gone north as we expect them to. And all I'm going to say as well, Mark, is BB, who've just been gifted the circle, by the way, as I said their name out loud. I am not ready for a BBL fight later on today because my poor Irish brain, you'll just hear BBL. People will be checking to make sure I'm okay.
It's me and Saga had that blessing. Yes, it is one to look forward to. The zone does go early, does go to that north. Campo Militaire is going to be the very, very top. Impala on the south. I really like this zone because we've got the road from El Hazard across towards the west, and it depends on where teams play. And there's no surprise here, teams making the early rotation north, and FaZe normally hit for crews anyway, so they will be keen to get as close as they can towards that drop spot.
Yeah, the big question now is who rotates the furthest north early? Because with the flight path that we have, people are going to assume realistically that maybe Cruz de Valle will be the furthest north spot grab, which we know it isn't. So we might see teams like Exhalation, Ascend, even BB team rotating way further north up towards that section of the map to be ready for any eventuality with a 2-2 or a 3-1 split or even a full send. Games can't be lost in the first circle, but teams can certainly give themselves a huge chance to victory on a very good phase 1 rotate. And I'm looking, and it does look like Ascend are getting ready to make that move up that direction as we speak.
I think there's 2 teams, maybe 3, I'm going to say, for me, with answering that. Ascend, Na'Vi, and BB team. BB team are in zone, so I don't think they'll go as far as they would do. So I'd maybe argue to say Foot, who are on the east side, will take the east rotation. But it's going to come down to where does Na'Vi stop, because they know teams are going to rotate behind him. They're going to know there's teams in front of him because of that BB drop. For me, I think they're going to get the cards. I think they're going to go all the way around to that other drop spot they've got, which is Campo Militaire. I think they'll settle and then work their way down.
Yeah, Campo Militaire. It's not in the circle all too often, being real. And I can't imagine it being in the circle come phase 2 this time around, unless we get something wicked towards the north. And that's why you've spoken about, and I'm just going to build on your point, that's why teams like Ascend like dropping in the extremities in the map, because they don't want to be the team in phase 1, because they want to do a lot of scouting, do a lot of work, and sometimes being gifted the circle doesn't allow that to happen. But we're early on, no real action to look of, no real cross points of teams crashing into each other yet either. So we'll just sit and wait, keep an eye on these rotations, and I'm sure when Falex joins us a little bit later, he'll be able to give you way more info.
Yeah, it is a zone. For those that are not aware, the east-hand side is unplayable, so there is a section and obviously the water as well. So not as extreme, should we say, as compared to some of the zones that we have had, but teams will do this. Pod Samlat, though, presenter, you can see he's pulled onto a ridge. He's now trying to scout for information ahead. That there is a compound to expect teams to play into. But again, this is about how quickly you move in towards Zone Gibson, but how quickly can you harvest and farm information of where the players are around you.
Exactly. Getting that information is key, because I always say it, Mark, these teams, they process so much information. The IGLs and the teams have to A, know the drop spots of all the other teams. Look at the circle. Where's the zone go? Where are the teams going to rotate based on the circle? How many players are up? Who's fighting who? Like the amount of data that they're trying to process, it's one of the reasons why I don't play and I cast.
I tried to play, but no, I can't take all the information in and execute the shots, though. We do see those shots executed to perfection as Extend sends out some love to Presenti, and unfortunately for him, he might have been scouting information for a bit too long.
Yeah, win or die, one of Saga's favourite teams, one of you and I's favourite teams as well. Saga always likes to say the anime team always win. And Mark, by the way, that's a lovely logo that Win or Die have. I wonder how they got it.
Not by a caster.
Sure.
It was PEC last year, and obviously when you go through the qualifications, you need to make sure you have a logo which you can use, and they were just desperate to get something, so I just put something together pretty quick. But anyway, for now, Pod do lose one. They are going to have to ensure they keep hold of that compound, and there are only 2 in the compound. You can see Dante is a bit further afield, so I wouldn't be too surprised, maybe even waiting for this zone that they start moving. Vexo, on the other hand, he takes some shots as BBL will take that E pickup.
Yeah, they managed to get boots on the ground, and this is the most important thing. BBL rotating early again. Honestly, it's an improvement. Tuesday and Wednesday, they were some of the poorer rotators inside the game over the first few maps, so it's nice to see them kicking off this day much better than they have already. Young Danes, they're going to drive right on past Foot. 2 ships passing in the night, no knocks being found just yet. But it's funny because you've got Young Danes going the opposite way of where the circle is.
Yeah, but to say, if Foot want to be really cheeky here, they can stop on the other side of Impada. And you can see on the map, look, Ainsley, he might be stopping because he knows if they're coming around that way, it is. He's going to try and return the favour. So let's see. Young Danes missed their shot, their opportunity. There might be another go, though, as Foot Esports, I wouldn't be surprised for them to still send a car or maybe two towards the north and rely on Ainsley's shots, though, as the Young Danes will come rolling through.
And I know you've spoken to Foot a few times, and like, how good is T-Bone playing at the minute for them? T-Bone has been playing so well, and I think it's the buff. Did you see the varsity jackets that Foot gave the players recently?
Wow!
You wear that. You wear that. You get +5 aim. You get +5 charisma, and your brain doubles in size.
Like a carrot to make. Young Danes, they're going to hug as much as they can. Na'Vi actually have moved themselves down towards the south. This is a great area to try and stop teams in the rotate. We speak about this a lot, though, setting up sort of camps and ensuring these roadblocks take effect. Young Danes still having to hug that waterfront. They will know that might be team, as Na'Vi has done this many times before, for a team that's still quite new. Not the players, but as into playing together. That's really high IQ and a quick adaptive speed for them now. They should get a free pass now, and depends on where they put up. They might even come in towards sort of the track team.
How difficult do you think it is for Fairest to, take over as the IGL for this team when a lot of the players haven't played together and they're working under the tutelage of Allreen as well? Like, it's a lot of pressure for the young guy.
There is a lot of pressure, and there's a lot of pressure for you to win some G-Coin, as you can. As you must be can see, Brutality's being hit in chat. For you to enter, just type Brutality into chat. You'll get a chance now to win 1,000 G-Coins. This will go on until the 4th map out of 5, and they will be announcing when it's around about 15 minutes, give or take, into a map. So there's about 11 minutes left now for you guys to ensure you get in for map number 2.
Yeah, so when you hear this message, remember, once the chat announces it at the 15th minute, there's no more entries until the next map. So be ready, get ready. You could have a chance of picking up those G-Coin, which you can use to support some of your favourite teams. Remember, they've got their skins in the game. Mark, Ascend have finally made that rotate we expected. They're coming in now by Campo Militar. It's still relatively free, up by Crop Circles as well. Braxco just scouting, and even if you watch the way they move, right? One player will be at the front, he'll pull up on a hill, he'll scout, the next player goes past. That player parks up on a hill, scouts, they go past. It's almost like a little different version of a relay race.
Yeah. And that comes back to that farm of information. And so obviously Na'Vi were the other opportunity for me to keep rotating up, and that zone shift, they'd be a little bit disappointed they didn't. But they took the opportunity to try and stop the cars. Zone shift towards north. Campo Militar, you said, wouldn't be in zone number 2. You've got PUBG'd. But now there's a lot of teams in the south side, Gibson, that are going to be fighting to extend their way up towards the north. And they've got to farm information quick while on the run.
Well, we've already got, I'd say, 90% of the teams in vehicles and on the move already. Because nobody was expecting this to go as far north as it has. But everybody was ready just in case it did. Win or Die pulling up on the Saloon. This is a team that was massively improved its floor this year today. Their ceiling is incredibly high, but they're becoming way more consistent. But we've got our first crash. Mad Bulls and BBL.
BBL, strong contender, 11 kills. Game number 1. Oh, shotgun! Smash puts down one of Dot, and then we'll send him out towards the lobby, though. Game number 2. Now you know this team's here. What a hold, as BBL gave it no options for sound cues.
Yeah, and that knock on to Quizzy has changed the mind. You saw the logos coming back as Mad Bulls were prepared to fight, but the minute that Nixie fell, you go back, right? It's all about how long Nixie can stay alive if you want to stay involved. BBL are still checking out the shack, making sure that there's nobody else here. But Mad Bulls will continue as a 2, and BBL 2 more points on the board.
11 kills, game 1. Let's see if they can top that, though. Game 2, they're looking good for it. Na'Vi, they're going to hug very much on this east side as the cars will bang, flip, roll. Ferris, though, trying to save as much fuel as he can. And there's another one. Young Dane's doing the same. Definitely, if you want to rotate on the east, you might want to keep all 4 wheels on the tarmac. As, unfortunately, Hadro is going to be running down. Lucky enough for him, he's got another car.
Yeah, when people say let's roll, they mean drive,
Keep
not
rolling,
actually roll the car the way these players have been doing. Look, they got lucky. You know, the fact there was another Bronco sitting there and waiting. But maybe just make sure that when you're driving off a sheer cliff, that you're landing on flat ground on the other side. Young Danes will pull up. Tractor Boys, Marcy's will be able to feed this information to them. They'll hope for a much better Game 2 than they had in Game 1, though.
That's that rotate I'm talking about, Navi. That's what I thought they were going to do, zone number 1. They do find themselves now up at the top. And I love Ascend. Let's take a moment just to appreciate how much control Ascend have here. So they're looking down to the teams. They've got these sort of cubby holes that they can position themselves. They're going to be looking over fights like this. They're going to be waiting for a team like Tractor to get knocked or start taking some knots. And we know it's Chris is insane with a bolty, so expect a couple of kills potentially towards Ascend.
Yeah, and this split that Ascend are holding is really fluid. Braxco and Kiliakai will both have vehicles ready, pointing back towards the other two players. And it's up to them to make the call whether they need support. So if a team pushes towards Kiliakai or Braxco, they will either make a call for Mika and Chris to rotate to them, or for them to fall back. And it looks like with Twisted Minds pulling up closely towards where we're seeing Kiliakai, he's going to reposition back towards here. Braxco's going to move a little bit further south. The zone is going to pop, Mark, and 3, 2, 1. It's going to center up on TM.
Look at that, Ascend in the vehicles as well. Kiliakai looks like he was going back to Bex, but he's going to put himself in towards some hard cover. Maybe a 2-2 split from Ascend, or maybe a complete collapse now in. FaZe rotating their way up and past Pod, but the train will give them a little bit of cover. It's been sort of tickles FaZe, but they will continue rolling on down. And it's north they go. Maybe they're looking at the graveyard. A full send coming. Sparking is going to be there. James is out the side of the car in midair.
Oh, and that's Batulin's text the knock onto James. Kill feed lighting up as Mad Bulls are fighting with foot as well. Example will rotate, but FaZe Clan have made the crash. It's their second crash in 2 maps. The last time they crashed onto Hoyle, they lost 1, but they still won the fight. Fex takes down Batu. It's a 3 versus 3. As Example wants to push, but Marky can't because the blue zone was holding him back.
Yeah, blue zone to control and actually deny some information from a visual. Exclamation O takes a huge shot. Sparking does put him down. They won't be able to get the confirm. And Twisted Minds down to a 2, down to a 1 now. Example, the final play. He comes around the other side. Quick flush for them. They do have Batulin's DBNO, but this is FaZe controlled now.
Yeah, this is what they'll want out of a game like this. Mad Bulls do get eliminated on that battle further south, but Example's on the move. Gustav is back on his feet. Sparking trying to get the res here too, and he does back to James. So it's a 4 versus 1. Fex gets the kill, and FaZe Clan wipe out Twisted Minds. Foot getting pushed by BBL, who have found that a W key today, and they're using it. Smash will kill Itzy. Down go Foot. BBL on to 3 kills now as they secure this compound on the south. And where was this team on Tuesday and Wednesday?
I was literally about to say the same. Welcome to the tournament, BBL. There's some great loads of information out there, but some people have looked at like football and they've watched people that have won World Cups, and actually when they start the event in the group stages, it's their worst performance. But as teams progress towards the final, it's like they're getting warmed up over a longer period of time. I feel like that's BBL at the moment. The group stages, and then obviously we saw the lower brackets, upper brackets, and they were okay, they were there. But maybe the final is where we really see this BBL team come to life.
I hope so. I certainly hope so. BBL's an org that I know a lot of people want to see do well. Tractor team pushing closer and closer to Navi now. So said Ferris, Hakatori and Diffex, the new roster. If you've not seen it yet, keep your eye on these players. Young, talented gunners looking to take up the mantle from the 4 icons that had this roster before them. Zone getting ready to pop once more. 3 teams sitting in the center, tons of teams around the edge, and I'm looking at the northwest mark, and the edge of Cruz de Valle is completely vacant, and that's why.
It just bounces around. Goes back towards that Na'Vi. Young Danes instantly on the move as well. As we can see Na'Vi reposition themselves to look over on the east. They send that 2-2 split. That's going to play for them. They're going to get so much intel. And Young Danes might be doing what FaZe done. It's not quite a full send. It's not quite a James mid-air crash to the compound. As FaZe, they're going for that reposition. Initial shots come on and they are good though. But Gustav doesn't get the knock.
Yeah, Young Danes being aggressive once more, making that move towards FaZe Clan, but FaZe Clan have the compound. BBL will move further north now too. Sparking hits a nice few shots onto those Young Danes, but they might need to focus on some of the other moves. Short will take down Thunderlost. One more point for them, as Fex keeps his eyes in the sky. 17 minutes and 20 seconds gone, and BBL have made a big decision in this Phase 4.
Yeah, straight to the outside on the north, and we expected to shift away, and they've got to have open terrain really to run across. But for now, hopefully they'll be farming as many util and smokes. Game number 1 winners though, Entropic. Jenny now under fire here from Win or Die. Jedrix does put a nade towards him, but now he's under long distance fire. The rest of the guys from Win or Die are really wide position, but extends. We know he's already got a point on the board already, and that's why. Great shots though coming from him.
Yeah, Gustav. Oh, Rox will get knocked here as Johnny and Tropic really starting today off well too. Extends, has the angle. He can see Hockey up in the distance, but I think that level, is it a level 3 helmet? He can see he's just making the decision to fire a little bit more difficult because you'd need a couple more shots from that Mini to do any damage of note. Johnny takes a ton of fire now too, and here comes reinforcements. Leosh with the FAMAS mark, and then Tropic are getting aggressive.
Those are sending a vehicle, and it goes out in flames. Oh, here, I don't know how they actually know how close Hell My Bad is, but he has that nade pinpoint accurate. Jenny's got the reposition. Smoke's going down. Podar taking the fair party. Jenny plays peekaboo around the outside, gets initial shots though, but no, it's Hell My Bad. He's going to be putting down Johnny, and Win or Die might have the upper hand. And the FAMAS though, it's ringing out on the southwest side of the zone.
Johnny falls, 3 players up for Win or Die, but Entropic did not need that at all, and they're getting third party from Pod Samulet as well. As Rox is peeking from the edge of the shack. Hello My Bad gets the knock on to Dedrix now. That's his second knock on him. He's looking for a 3rd kill on the game. Leosh confirms it out for him, and Hello My Bad will throw another nade up, and bingo! Hockey falls, and Tropic, they won't be going back to back, and Win or Die picking up points that they need.
Hello My Bad and 4 kills as well. It's a good squad right there, and they've got a bit of freedom now to move. Zone's going to pop again. Give or take donuts up, Ascend now in the middle of the zone. Let's see what they can do and try and hold out. The action though is going to be on the outside edge, and this is one of them. Na'Vi making the push on the east though, as the Tractor's got to farm their way in to a very, very difficult spot now.
Let's not forget Smash is in the midst of this too. You can just see his silhouette on the other side of this rock. Iroh on that off angle again, but Hakatori, I don't think he knows.
No, he
but he does now.
Smash goes down. There was a disturbance in the force for Hakatori, but it wasn't enough. Smash able to put him down, pretty much down to a 1-shot as well. So said looking for that, but it's not going to happen. Sheeta a little bit further away. That's the open train I'm talking about. And they left players here and sent full sendo for Smash for BBL.
And Iroh really is the eye in the sky here for Smash too. Such good cover. Smash will obliterate Ferris with that nade. Tractor Team Navi. That second nade does even more damage. A good timer put on. Crazy had a molly in his hand and it might have been shot out as he will take a knock. Marcy's will get a knock on the Defex now too. Tractor Team picking up points. They're up to 2 kills now.
Down to 2. And with some help from BBL. They're going to know there's another one there. Here comes the mortar fire from behind. We're now going to have a look though. Navi, unfortunately, going to go out in 12th place. Very difficult area though to fight. On the other side of the zone, no, Win or Die. They felt the FaZe hold. Down some players now in exhalation, looking for any more points they can get on the board as they fight their way out of the town.
Yeah, Gustav is going to get knocked. He was pushing closer to the circle, but spotted by Salik from exhalation. Nades being used to try get the bleed out, and Gustav does now drop. Hoyle are eliminated now as Dante will combine with Plinsky Bocce to take them down. 10 teams left alive, Mark. Phase 5 about to close, and still several teams not in the circle.
It's worth noting, Gustav, though, he crawled his way to try and find where the players were. He was DB&O. People are like, why is he not going for the res? He's going to get information. Sometimes information is key. We know FaZe as a 3 are pretty strong anyway. Pod, they're taking their time. The blue zone is pushing them in, and we are phase number 5 with 32 players. This is going to be a quick descend now, as a lot of teams do not have area to play. They are playing fully open terrain now in the sand dunes of Miramar.
Smash knocks crazy. Iro knocks Marces again. The godly cover from Iro on the other side of the zone. Smash gets another knock, and Tractor Team have been well and truly farmed themselves. BBL playing a blinder now. BB might move this way. A doozy is getting very close towards Shilla and Smash up on the north. Sparking will get knocked by Dante on the south. Where do you even watch?
Look at this as well. BB going to make the push forward. They know they're going to get rid of these big powerhouses, though. Looks like Smash is down. That's one out. As Doozy controlling zone goes back here. And Iro, I think this is the end for him. He's out in an open terrain, but back towards this south side of the zone. Pod Sunlight working their way through. They've got Plin on one side, FaZe on the other. Lucky enough for them, they've got a gully just to run through.
And that goalie could be one of death. Dante, last player alive, as Lukarux confirms out his kills. FaZe may want to peek over to confirm this one out. They're outside the zone now too. Rista has an angle, but doesn't do any real damage of note. Dante switches over to the molly as he tosses it up the hill, but that nade from Sparking, the Brazilian, will pick up another point for FaZe Clan. Pod Samuel fall in 9th, and Mark, we are in the placement points.
Placement points, every kill, every steal you get now. And if you put a team out, it's an additional double up for you. Exclamation looking to try and take out the Young Danes. M249 in the hands of Pixel's dangerous. He's laying down. Looks like the dry pod is deployed. For BBL, they are store going for some more points here. FaZe going to try and confirm out. Kilikai will end BBL, and they'll be down some numbers now. And Exclamation Salik, he's got to sneak his way towards FaZe.
Yeah, and James will be the first to... Well, I was about to say the first to fall, but in the blink of an eye, hello, my bad, have obliterated them. And win or die, they're going to fall as well. You know what? He doesn't mind. He got us 3 or 4 before he died. And now we've got 6 teams left.
That was a quick. That was a die. That was pure win or die. Unfortunately, they won the fight, but they didn't. They died out when it came down towards the final section. BB team taking the push now. And Plinsky Bushcott on the other side. Rista's down. Lukruk's down. Yuri's the final player. It is so quick and it's so clean. BB team, they're going to be driving this forward, though. 5 teams now remain. An Exhalation Sulik, he's been spotted, so we're going to go straight to a top 4.
4 teams left, and just like that, another kill confirmed. Send BB, Young Danes, and what was BBL, but Young Danes need to try to get this res off on the edge of the circle, but Ascend know what's going on. They've only got 2 kills, but the amount of intel they have is huge, and Kettler's the last alive again. But man, Kiliakai with an arm? Yes, please.
Yeah, 100% yes, please. Said only had 2 kills, better zone control. And I'm going to try and deal with the information. I think they've got a great position. They are able now to focus and keep everyone on this sort of south to west side here. Young Danes, he's dangerous anyway. Looks like Gilliard's going for a little bit more loot. And this is where Ketter's playing dangerous. Hopefully, maybe Ascend run over. Maybe BB team don't see him. But for now, we've got a top 3. And it's a 4 versus 4 versus a solo warrior.
And look at the positioning of the 2 4s, right? Both of them are playing a version of the 3-1, where on one side, Ascend have the 1 as the anchor on the side scouting, and on the BB side, the single player is aggressively pushing up to be that first point of contact. Kettler's getting needed again. He needs to be really careful here. But for him, it's just about keeping your head above water as long as you can, but I can't see him lasting too much longer.
Is he getting naded, or are they just nades that are rolling into his dip? I'm not quite sure at the moment, but I am sure the zone shift away from him. You can hear Kiliakai, and obviously with the AWM coming out, I think he's going to stand the chances just to lure in the sound cues as close as they can, and then maybe activate. I don't know if he knows there's the 2 players there from Ascend. That'll be a 2v1, and it won't take long before Phil first to shoot him in the back as well.
Not at all. For Kettler now, it's the case of if you can get a knock and a flush, you go for it. You're not going to get any more placement points, but Ascend know where they are. Look, that first nade ain't going to hit, but Kiliakai scouting it.
You know the train well, Team Ascend. Kiliakai's making his move forwards. The question is, they know that nade didn't hit right, but hey, peekaboo, and I see you, young Danes. They're going to take third place, and we go straight down for game number 2, a 4 versus 4 again.
BB against Ascend. It's a big chance for Ascend to get there. They going. BB on the other side of the same nades being tossed, but they're going a little bit short. And look at how quickly Kiliakai rotated out of that position.
That's a go. It's going to be a little fight for this ridge. I kind of like Ascend, though, that they're trying to push a different agenda. They've pushed off one side. I think they're waiting now for the zone to pull back their way. That could be big IGL calls. I think they're hoping for that north to northeast shift. But for now, we have to wait and see. Does it go towards BB Team or Team Ascend?
Besto with the MK. Not the MK that you might want, but it's still a pretty good one in the pocket. Spyro's got the P90, and that's the most deadly weapon in this game in the hands of a pro player. And BB, they've got the high ground, but Ascend have more overall circle control.
I think that's what they're playing for. They're playing for that zone control now. Keep your heads down. Make sure you don't receive a knock. BB Team will be looking to gain that knock and gain an opportunity to move in towards zone. Besto, it's going to do that wiggle wiggle. On the other side of zone, looks like double nade ready to go from Team Ascend.
If you can get a knock with those nades, that's the important thing though. The zone now shifts away from BB, so they need to pick their fight. 2 members, Kiliakai and Chris, trying to lock in this side of the circle as BB start that assault of utility. And they're not really seeing anybody. Phil first will step into the blue for just a few seconds, and now Ascend start trading their utility back this way.
Love that. They are trying to use the blue zone nades to stop the opportunity from BB wrapping in. Just falls a little bit short. Phil first hugs that blue zone really well, but it does go in the way of Ascend and the game plan. It's been delivered to them. Let's see if they can execute a chicken dinner.
Phil first. 1 knock will be huge. If BB Team can get that opening knock, it'll really help them with the way they're playing. They have a 3-1 now where the one player's keeping Chris and Kiliakai, busy, and the rest of them are moving on the south. They're rotating by car, and Micah is fleeing the scene of the crime, but they get themselves up to this rock, and that's another important landmark inside this circle for BB Team.
Yeah, that's a big push. Nice reaction for them. They don't want to get caught out in the zone, the compound, the zone. But here we go, Phil first. He gets 1. He's down to 1 HP. Might need some reinforcement now. It's Chris doesn't need. He's going to keep going, but he gets a second kill. Phil first needed 1 knock. Do you know what, Gibson? He delivered 2.
He got the 2, and those will be confirmed out points as well. So now it's a 4 versus 2. A doozy. Scouting on the high ground. The P90 will start firing out as Besto gets that second kill confirmed. Ascend now need to wrap as a 2 around this blue zone nade and do the exact same thing. Can they repeat the trick that Phil First has just done?
That is a huge trick. A magician trick to delete out 2 of Ascend. 2 remain. Game plan differently. A doozy puts down 1. Let's go to final player now as he's got his back towards the blue, but he's got BB Team collapsing in quick.
And BB Team's best, though. He goes down to 5 HP, but the P90 will find the kill. 21 points for BB Team as they rocket up the leaderboard after that one. Honestly, they had no right to win that game with the positioning that Ascend had, but Phil First, the 1 in that 1-3 split, was the difference maker, and that's not the first time tonight we have seen the solo in a 1-3 making a huge difference for the team.
Has been a huge difference, but in the end, the game plan wasn't executed by Ascend, and BB Team, they're going to capitalize on taking the chicken dinner. For now, let's take a quick break. That's Miramar done and dusted. When we come back after the break, it is going to be Taego time.
Listen to the call. Feel the wind. Take a deep breath and enjoy the immensity. All is real. Focus on perfection. With the real power inside you, play the game like an invincible monster. A power that rewrites the rules, speed, and performance from Monster Notebook. Monster Semruk for game changers.
Well, that's Miramar done and dusted for day number 1 as we welcome back Felix. There's a lot to talk about. I kind of wanted to start with Ascend though, because that was their game to win, but the game plan didn't execute exactly as they wanted.
Yeah, great early rotates coming out from Ascent. They rotated all the way around towards the northwestern side, had a great entry, and the north shift came in phase 2, and they knew if we split this 2-2 and maybe center up on wherever it shifts, north or south, we will be in a great spot, and that's what they did. That compound was in until the very end of the game, and then First happened. And everything got turned on its head. Absolutely crazy performance coming out from First. Not even only in that fight against Ascent, it starts way earlier against Plinske Baje. If you remember that fight, that was over in a second. Not only because of him, but because of the whole team, the way it was structured, the way they expected them to pick at the ridgeline, and the way Plinske Baje obviously had their positions as well, which was relatively easy to defend against. So, man, what a game coming out from BBT.
And I've seen a lot of conversations online lately about, you know, the way teams play as well. 2-2 splits, 3-1 splits. We saw, Felix, the 3-1 split being used very differently by multiple teams in that game, right? And I suppose you'd be the best person to explain, like, why are teams doing the 3-1 splits and how are teams doing it differently to others?
I don't even think it's like a set gameplay kind of style. I think some teams just, due to their playstyle, get into positions where they can use it more than others. And I think Ascent in this one, just as much as BBL, have just in exactly these positions, right? BBL were in 2 of these games split because they had huge and vast lengths between their players, and there was only open space in between, right? So it was pretty easy to have someone in the back for them to cover. Usually, I think once again, it's only a factor of playstyle and how often teams get into these positions. Not that necessarily is a set kind of play. But yeah, then again, you shouted out BBL. Great analysis. I think BBL did the exact same thing as they did in game 1. They had Ira in the back to cover, and the interesting thing was they landed there with an emergency parachute, and they did not have any cars. So Iru knew he was done and dusted as soon as he walks off that ridgeline, which he was. Kilgakai shot him off in the distance, but his whole gameplay style changed because of that, right? Smash was close up on the ridgeline, and he looked for these frags, didn't he?
He really did.
I was going to say, I felt like BBL though, Felix, at that point, it was either going to go both ways, right? Smash run the open field to get towards the team, and he could have got caught out, and then Ira could have been the last player. Obviously, as it fell, it did fall that Ira was left on the outside edge. Good play from BBL. I like that we've seen back-to-back games that actually this team is definitely warmed up, maybe even on fire, Gibson, in the final so far.
It's that whole concept, though. I think this lobby suits them a little bit more than the last one, and it is a case too where they are relatively new as a 4. You know, it's essentially a different roster than what BBL had in the past, and they're getting the rust off. They're getting ready for PEC. Remember, they already will be there, so they're playing this tournament for the money. They want that prize pool, and they want to win. And if you want to win, you have to have 2 excellent days, and they've had 2 good maps. Even the map they didn't win the map they didn't get in the top 4, they still got a ton of kill points. So they're meeting that minimum point requirement that you kind of need if you want to win a tournament.
It's that minimum point requirement you need. And talk about points, let's have a look at the leaderboard. As after game number 2, Miramar has done and dusted. It does lay the land slightly. BBL, as you mentioned before, they're on that top spot. BB team launch in towards second after putting no points, I believe, after game number 1. And then Tropic, after a good game, ending for number 1, they still hold on in third place. I do like FedEx, though. We see multiple teams sort of grouping up now. If it's anything like the upper and lower brackets, that will continue over the next 3 days.
Yeah, 100%. I think the most interesting thing here is BBL, right? Because they had so many struggles throughout this tournament so far. Not even the lower bracket was as dominant as we would have liked it to be. Even maybe as a BBL esports fan, at least. I mean, sure, they improved, but especially the upper bracket where we saw them for the first time, we all thought, wait, this is just not working out that great. And they were constantly hugging the edge as much as they could and weren't really necessarily fighting for control of a round. I feel like so far that's changed, and I feel like they've made a great progress throughout this tournament. I feel like halfway through, I believe, the lower bracket, some kind of shift happened, and they tried to play a little bit more centralized and maybe not play and hug the edge as much, and I feel like it's really coming to fruition now.
Well, let's talk about the next map that's coming up. So Taego, Alex, is a little bit different, and with Twisted Minds starting a little bit short, should we say, on Miramar. I personally feel like Twisted Minds will look good when it comes down to the Taego, but have they settled up on that east drop? Are we going to see them go south of the airport and try and get a zone?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Honestly, I feel like it's always the same kind of stuff with the first time when a lobby comes together, and lots of these teams don't necessarily know the timings of each other. I don't expect there to be a hard drop though. I feel like all these teams have been preparing throughout the last 24 hours, pretty immensely. So I don't expect there to be too many surprises. But yeah, as you said, whether or not we're going to see these rotates that we're expecting, I think that's to be determined. If not today, I think the real analysis starts after today, because lots of these teams will wait for the first map to go over and then prep for the day 2 and day 3.
Well, very quickly, before we launch into Taego, FedEx, put you back on the spot. Who's taking game number 3? I can't say
I can't say Sen. They did have pretty good circles and still somehow not made it work. I gotta go with FaZe. I feel like it's time now. I think they had 2 great games. They fought really nicely. So yeah, it's definitely their tournament so far.
Well, let's say goodbye to FedEx and FaZe. Gibson, they are a very strong team now when it comes to Taego. And in the upper bracket, it was game number 3 that we saw them really engage.
Yeah, FaZe, they're already finding the kills. That's the main thing for them. But it is time to Taego. We're going to jump into the map. Mark, flight path is a bit extreme for the north.
It is, and it's kind of drawing towards that Twisted Minds. If they do jump this side, it's going to be straight out, straight down. But with it being up to the north or an east up towards the northwest, how many other teams are going to be taking the ult drops now?
That's the question. We'll keep an eye for that, and I'm sure we can point any out if we spot them early on. Flight path like this, though, that North Island is certainly an option for a circle. We could have flight path like this as well, Mark. We could have those circles very similar to what we saw at PGS last year, where you have Shipyard being included and teams making last-ditch attempts to swim across the bay. I don't want to jinx it. It could happen. It might happen. Based on the circles we have had on Taego this last few days and weeks and scrims and qualifiers, I wouldn't be surprised if it did happen.
It is a map that never disappoints when it comes down towards the zone. So we mentioned before, Ascend like to take all 4 corners. They will take the last corner now, and they will be happy and praying for that zone to shift up towards their neck of the woods. We're 15 seconds away, and apart from Will Die and Young Danes, I think they are trying to extend as west as they can, but I think it's going to be a race for the cars.
Yeah, and Young Danes, we know that with Pixel there, they're going to want that fishing camp split. It is a North Island shift, so something kind of what I was expecting more so than what than what I would have wanted for an entertainment factor. But it's the second time tonight now that Ascend have been essentially gifted the center of the circle when they don't really want it in Phase 1.
I feel like it's the curse. Like, Ascend for me, they want to play the edge. They want to do that smart rotating and pick the fights that they want to fight. Not be in the middle zone, not being in an area where teams are going to collapse quite early on. Let's see what they can do. It's Chris always lurking out on his own. He's up by Army Base, and I think he'd be eager maybe to shift away because teams might come up and over and around that northeast corner.
Yeah, it's a long rotate. He does have a lot of time, but it is a case of get looted as quickly as you can and maybe play for a more in-depth of the circle position. BB on the opposite side of the map to Ascend also have a long way to go. The last time they had a position like this, they pick up into the circle. So don't be surprised if they find one that they elect to use it as well. Drop spots though, Mark. Hosan has been used by BBL and Mad Bulls have taken Terminal. Those are kind of two of the really big spots that teams like to take on this map because they're great to rotate. But Mad Bull's problem is there's a North Road team. So because Exhalation are playing on that North Road and they need to they cross that bridge, it changes their mind on how they might have to do it and the timing of that as well.
And add to that as well, they have to think about teams camping the bridges. There will be some teams that will look, actually, do we hold and get some points? I personally think it's a bit too early on in the grand finals to see that. Maybe we're going to see that more in a day 2, day 3. But I do feel like there are some individual players that might take the opportunity just to hold out some teams on the early rotate.
And there's a lot of positions that teams like to hold, right? That bridge that we see just a bit further north of Mad, closer to Yongchon. We see so many teams camping that one out. But Exhalation, they're going to ramp over your screen, carrying plenty of speed. They will land and make their crossing in, which is a pretty safe one. Mad Bulls scouted out to see which way Exhalation rotated. They were going to take the other bridge. It was literally the decision that they had to make. Food have made their way out of Yongchon, so Mad Bulls not running into that potential, spot of contention yet either. However, look how close Navi and Entropic are as Entropic push out of their drop spot of Palace.
They do drop out of Palace. They are coming straight behind Navi. And they've seen the cars. Not sure. They are looking towards the town. Godok, we know, is always tempting and teasing for teams to come in, but always gives it up at the very, very last couple of zones. And as we do see Exhalation rotate over the east side, this is where we saw Twisted Minds play. They pick up into the mountains, run their way down to that location, and then got out a very strong number of kills. The rest of these teams don't. We'll be following that rotate, and those hills, those trees, they're very deceiving, Gibson, for a lot of players.
Oh, they certainly are. Reminder for everybody at home, though, Mark, that there is a giveaway for some G-Coin. Couple of things to note. To enter the giveaway, you type Protality in chat. It is one entry is all you need to do all night long. So if you've typed Protality in chat once, you don't need to type it in again. And the Protality prize will be given out on the 15th minute of every single map. So one entry will put you through for every single draw to be done tonight. And it's, we love G-Coins. As we said, support some of these teams with those G-Coins you could potentially win.
It's all about the G-Coins and get those skins if you have to as well. Once you've entered, guys, let us know who you're supporting. Who do you think is going to take first place in the grand finals? For now, Pod, I think they're going to try and control as much of this town as they don't want any neighbours. I do say, Gibson, with a big town like Godok, it'd be very, very tempting now for teams just to hunker down in what, at the moment, arguably, is the middle of zone.
I had this circle in the PAS qualifiers yesterday, and it was just bedlam. Like, the amount of teams, we had 11 teams inside of Godok, and it was nuts. And if this centers on Godok again, it could be the exact same thing. But Mark, you were saying to let us know in chat who you're supporting. Make sure to @Falex too when you're telling people, right? Make sure @Falex and tell who you're supporting.
because Felix needs to know the desk numbers. Like, he's got to take a tally chart and expect as many acts as you get for Felix. He's going to be keeping track of who has the most support, though. So, Felix, get your pen ready. Let's get this chat with all the guesses who's taking first place.
Whether or
I
not
love he can't say anything to us as well.
yeah, he can't even hear us. Well, he might be, because I've heard a rumor we're getting very close to our man on the ground to give us some information. Mark, though, that circle, it ain't the best one in the world, but most teams have now made the crossing.
And they have made the crossing. And maybe not the man on the ground. Maybe it's the, the helicopter in the sky. Traffic control with Felix. Let us know what you've got, mate.
And this is coming right up. But first of all, I got to say, don't destroy my chat, please. Don't destroy my chat. What are you guys doing? Anyways, what are you guys doing? No, but seriously, make sure to tag me in the chat. Be happy to do so. Anyway, we've seen these Northwestern circles so far very often in this tournament. But quickly, you know what? Let's pause this. Because we got a camp right now coming up from Young Danes and BBL.
Yeah, it looks like BBL are being held by Young Danes, who've played this aggressive game all the way around. BBL thought that maybe the safe crossing would have been underneath the bridge, but that is where Young Danes were sitting and waiting. Pixel looks like the time to retreat. It's that hit and run warfare we've seen before. Hjort with the SLR firing up towards Iro. But this could be trouble for BBL early.
Yeah, they need a good game to keep up the pace. They're good for it, as they are holding the bottom side of the bridge. I do like this section of the map, though, because you have the up and over, though. Pixel, he's going creative. He picks up Sheila now. Still making the push. The smoke's going to go. There's another one down, and BBL might be falling under the bridge at the moment.
Yeah, the living up to the L and the BBL right now in this gunfight, as Pixel gets that kill confirmed now as well. The rest of Young Danes will rotate on by, as BBL have Iro left standing. They know where he is. And I think Pixel's just waiting using this as bait to try get this last kill. But for Young Danes, this is a successful bridge camp. Mixon flattened him.
It is a successful bridge camping. You don't need to waste any more ammo. Young Danes, these guys are killing machines. And with that now finished, let's bring back Felix, though. Let's talk about this zone.
Pretty interesting Taego zone, because usually anywhere else it goes, you see the zone normally being stacked up, especially with how much unplayable area there is towards the western side. This time around, not so much, and it's usually the case with these northwestern circles if you take a look at it. Why? Because there's lots and lots of playing room, and we very rarely see centralized circling around Godok, right, in these northwestern circles, and especially because playing out of it is a huge risk as well. So that's why you see lots of these teams actually going for these, and you will see it the next time the map comes out, lots of these teams not going for centralized position northwestern circles from Taego, but much rather stay on the outside, play for dibs, play for edge plays, and kind of rotate on in, go for reps maybe even later on, once again, because usually in the deep center there's so many spots to play anyways, you kind of want to wait for the shift.
Before you go, Felix, the question I always ask is it better to be one of the first people inside a city if it shifts there, or is it better to be one of the last teams in?
I think it does shift there. There's no doubt about it. If you're the first one in there, you can normally take the buildings you want to, and building fights usually revolve around who's got the better building and the one closer towards the zone. Now, obviously, depending on how the zones shift, that all might get thrown out of the window, but generally, if you can pick the buildings that you want to, and looking at this shift, oh my goodness, it's not going to go there anyways, but normally if you can pick the buildings that you want to and kind of group up yourselves for information, maybe even take one side of the city and just hold that as a whole team so no one can rotate in, I think that's usually the stronger option.
Well, thank you very much, Felix, jumping in. Godok, as I said, always teases the teams, Gibson, as it does give away. Gives away a little bit early, does help with BBL, so the Ranger can maybe hold out as south as possible. Rest of these teams, though, would literally be turned into a driving game as Twisted Minds chasing down the Mad Balls. The Mad Balls get out, initial shots come back, though, and Twisted Minds have to do a 180.
Yeah, Twisted Minds going for this fight with Mad Bulls. Examples taking a beating here. Quizzy gets the knock onto Lou, and this is exactly what Mad Bulls would want after the last game, but boom from Exhalation, third partying. He will catch Ibby. Nixie with a drive-by, takes down Perfectix. It's actually Molodoct with the Dragonov that finds that one, and Twisted Minds, they're down to just Batu. Never mind, they're down to just Example, as he will fall now as well, and I think Example is bailing.
He is bailing. He's going to try and survive this one out, or maybe going for a reposition to get into better cover and maybe try and stick this res because Nixie's gone down. That is the case. He has now positioned up. Maybe go pop a smoke and just sure no one else plays peekaboo. Back on the south side though, the bridge is not done. Will or die. They're trying to take on game number 2. Winners though is BB. They've got one down. They've got one DB&O, but they are pushing.
Yeah, this is one of those scenarios where either team is doing damage, or both teams are doing damage to each other and making winning it at the very end even more difficult. But BB, they feel so confident after that last map. They're in a great spot. A doozy catches Leosh as he tries to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge, but he just can't quite do it. Extends with a great knock on to full first, though. But he's the last player standing here up on top of the rock, and he's surrounded on all sides.
And he's got a K2. Let's just give him a bit of appreciation with that. You don't normally see that. Keta wants nothing to do with it. He's taking long distance shots back. But yeah, will or die. Arguably, it's damage control now. Can we get any more kills or steals? Going to extend himself over. Be cautious though, because Best is looking to collapse as quickly as he can.
Yeah, extends, wrapping around the high ground, knowing that BB might potentially be going for that res, and he finds himself a nade that he can toss underhand. Nade is thrown. How close is it to the target? First one blows a little bit too soon. The second one might be a tad better, but once more, Mark, he's missing the target, and the nades will let them know Extends is flanking.
He has got no idea. The smoke's about to give way. Now he gets that re-knock. That nade might have finished that one up as well because it was pretty good. He does actually go and get the knock. So he's confirmed out. Nade doesn't get the confirmation, and I suppose the bridge store keeping the boys from BB alive.
Yeah, Extends is doing a great job of just surviving and being a nuisance. It's just how much more damage can it do. Spyro takes a heavy bit of damage. Extends is actually getting aggressive at the right time, but I think that nade has thought that maybe there's a flank. That was genius from BB because Extends has got distracted.
I don't think it's the nade, Gibson. I think he was waiting for him to fall. And big shout to Win or Die Extend. If that was the case, he knew if he took one more step, he was going down. And the animation, that would have been a killer. As zone shifts away, we lose the water. BBL's RO store in. He's taking the opportunity. We're back towards Extend, though. It's a 3 versus 1. He tucks himself in. Great initial shots. He's down to a 1 shot. He swaps over for the second and goes for a doozy, but doesn't get the connection, and Best will clear it up.
Yeah, big play from a doozy. He knew it would be a distraction and he knew he could get traded. The zone is now getting ready to move once more. Defex picks up the kill on the Mad Bulls as they are eliminated as well. Mark, I have a bone to pick with you guys, by the way, with you and Falix.
We keep jinxing stuff, do we?
Yeah, well, not even that. Chat... Presente gets a great knock on Devard, but chat have literally forced me to fix my hair higher because of you guys. I got abused from chat because my hair wasn't high enough on Tuesday and Wednesday. So thanks to you and chat, I've had to restyle my hair differently for the weekend.
There's no way we can keep up with Falix, though. There's luscious locks, mate. The one. Oh, talk about luscious locks, though. We've got phase number 3, and it was always going to leave Go Doc. With Pod being here early on, they're trying to deal with Foot Esports, who arguably also need a good game number 3. And Taego time is when we see teams like Foot Esports really, really engage like phase.
But they want to fight their way out. They're on the wrong side of the blue. They're on the wrong side of the circles. That shift really didn't work their way. Pod Samulet holding them out. Pod Samulet, remember, a team that wants that direct invite, you know, that wild card spot that you could get for PEC. And they're not going to sit in too long. They're going to reposition, not going for the center just yet, just repositioning to get into a better spot to hold out Foot as they try to leave Godoc.
And we'll take initial shots. You can see teasing, though, on that mini-map. It looks like Exhalation is holding. Actually, yeah, there comes some initial shots. That kind of indicates it is Exhalation now. As Foot, they're going to be pushing their way through. And actually, Pod will be in a dangerous sandwich because as they get pushed around their cover, they will be exposed by one of the teams, or they're going down towards zone. And looks like 2 have gone down to zone, and Foot Esports might be taking advantage.
Yeah, and Tropic are taking advantage of the knocks here onto Exhalation too. Daboom, I'm Sancho, and Salik. You know, Sancho, a player that's got a ton of potential too. If I'm not wrong, he was on Ghetto Gang, right? A player that I've enjoyed watching. He's made their way into the spot. But Exhalation, they've 4 kills, but it feels like we've not seen a lot of them tonight so far either.
No. They always seem to be lurking there. Their pace is pretty good. Foot going for the car, full send, and thinks he's going to go down. Vard will pick up Rock's player though. An exhalation, the boom. He's going to lay down the org. That's a great shot from him. Vard is down outside the zone. It's going to tickle a little bit more. And Foot Esports and Pod Summoner, they are down some numbers. And look at the top of the map. Twisted Minds, example, he's also well out on that north side.
6 kills for Exhalation. The Boom's going to smoke out the US, potentially using that to move it. Beamy is waiting. Is Beamy actually going for the res? And I think Beamy might have just... There could have been a jammer pack. Because if there's a jammer pack, it might help. You might get that extra few seconds. But Beamy is inside the blue. He'll make his way in. Exhalation, as we said, 6 kills for them. Daboom, Sancho, and Salak, players that we know from the old GTG roster. I think that we've not seen the best of them yet. And they've actually got a difficult rotate ahead of them now too, as you look at that circle.
It's a difficult rotate. So now gives up and it does pull back. FaZe, honestly, they are on one side. Na'Vi won a 2-2 split. The other side, they both collapse as well. So both those teams got a really good amount of control. Dante looks back and able to pick up an example. Twisted Minds, a 13th place for them. Still 41 players up. This is quite a difficult ending. There is still arguably some cover to be taken.
Where, like, it's the decision making of where to take that cover though. BB off the back of a big win, pushing Young Danes, who have been pretty active tonight so far. But look at the fog that they've created around their position. Ketter gets the first knock onto Spyro, and Aduze sprints towards the compound. He sees the guy going for the first aid, but great cover from Mixon. Besta will find the knock onto Ketter, but Pixel's able to confirm out Phil first. Mixon steps out, jumps back in, but this is not going the way BB would have wanted.
Oh, he ran out of ammo. Mixon, though, having some great cover fire. Also some great shots. BB, there goes another one. Uduzi is down. Mixon, he's going to literally drive it forward. He clips it up as well. That's a 4-pack for him as he single-handedly holds down that compound.
And that was just a Danish that BB just couldn't quite get enough of a bite of, as they got rejected on entry. Brax will get a knock onto the boom. Ascend moving in. Ascend using the edge of the zone. He gets the kill on, or the knock onto Sancho as well. And Exhalation, they've got a ton of points already, but this might be the end for them as Chris tosses a great nade in, and down Exhalation fall. And Ascend get 3 kills and control of the north.
I go back to Exhalation very quickly. The pacing's so good. It's just this mid-game they fall. If they can get past the mid-game, they're okay. Their rotations are good. They're taking fights when they need to take the fights. They're just dropping the ball, and Ascend capitalise on that push out towards it.
Mika has a look over the road. He's scouting things out for their side. Tractor team got to be careful because Iro is sneaking behind Jimbo and Lighted. This could be very troublesome. The zone shift works. You know, can you say that's in Ascend's favour? The trains kind of open up and around here. I think Navi, if they can deal with Entropic and Hoyle, might have the better position of these teams. FaZe, though, if they can repel Plinska Bocce, they've got really good position in the zone, and Iro's just meting this one out.
Oh, he's got 2 more meds. Those bandies are going to do nothing when it comes down towards the zone, but BBL, you know, he's going to look back. He's going to clear that side. And BBL, don't get any placement points. That's a bit fortunate, though. All that hard work rotating in. 9 teams now, 1 more to go, and we will be in those placement points. And the zone did shift away. So a few of these teams now need to make their way towards the mountains in the middle. There goes some drops in case you need some additional cover. And how will be taking the corner section of this rice field.
Yeah, and as you pointed out, the drop as well. Level 3 helmet, level 3 vest. A nice thing to pick up if you're about to lock horns with FaZe Clan on the edge of the circle. Here's the move from the Young Danes. Their compound has now been evicted by the blue. They've got players up, but they're sending it into the fields where Hoyle are waiting. And what did Code Marco get? If Marco has an MG3, it could be deadly. But here's that first push. Fex gets the open though. FaZe Clan will find it. Sparking gets the kill confirmed. Marco will get one, and Tropic are eliminated. And look at this off. Ruern is still in the blue, and he's tearing them apart.
From there, aren't they? They went for a 2-2. They were coming in late. And the Young Danes, they were driving on by. They need to get a smoke out if they're going to pick up Pixel. And look at nades come rolling down from FaZe, but they've got other issues on their hands. They've got more teams wrapping their way in. And look at that mini-map pull in. I think they're also tempted. All this noise, they might want to try and get a few kills underneath the belt.
Yeah, they might just want that. Ferris has been taken down by Braxco to the north, so Navi, I think Ascend have pushed towards Navi, and they find that opening kill. They've blue zoned out the shack here as well. But look at Kelly Akai. This could be bad for Quetpa. This is really bad for Quetpa. One more shot. Come on, you can hit it. You can hit it. There you go. But it's so sad that found it as Quetpa falls.
Feels like it's a bit of an Ascend Navi firing squad at the top here. Pod Dante sneaking behind, and we know Ascend have dropped the ball, but look at this. It's Chris is ready to go, but he's not. That Famous though puts him down, and Ascend have to do a 180. They've got to deal with Pod, but he's down to a one shot. He needs to get a medal as quickly as he can, but there's a confirm. That's another point here for Pod.
Yeah, and that's that snake that you got to be careful for. Pod get the placement point and the extra kill, which will help them as well. James and Fex doing damage onto the Tractor Boys as they have extended over towards the west. Gustav is still scouting for the team, keeping an eye on Plinska Bocce. But have you spotted out the fact too that Rurn and Keter are both alive as well, side by side as two solos? But here comes Fex.
It's a big play for them. They're in the heart of the centre, so they now push out towards the outside zone, shifts away. Great knockdown from Fex, though, as the Tractor's stuck in the field. There goes the nade straight towards Fex, but he's been spotted through the blue. The Tractor teams will take 7th place now, and FaZe control the outside edge.
FaZe picking up even more kills. Remember how many they got in the upper bracket finals. They were farming. Gustav did get caught out by Yuri, the scout player, so that'll give control of the center to Plinska Bocce. How many? There's no more smokes though, right? Once these smokes dissipate, these two solos will see each other, and this is a 2-point kill. Whichever one of these players spots out the other, if they can get it before Plinska Bocce do, will gather their team 2 points instead of just 1.
Yeah, but it's down to which one does Plin see first. As they are both doing exactly the same. Shimmy, shimmy. The smoke is slowly going. And I love it. IQ of both players are like, hey, I'm going to shimmy myself as close as I can towards the bottom and stop Plin from seeing us. But that smoke will only hold out for so long.
There is Young Danes. Rurn will confirm out that kill. So that is a 2-point kill for Rurn, but it should be picked up pretty quickly. And there you go. Hakatori makes it a top 4. It's a 4v3 v3 v3.
It is a good ending. Send, I think they'd be disappointed if they lost one. But they push in instantly on towards Navi. Push down, trying to capitalise. A lot of teams now sit on the outside edge. FaZe were the only other team that went north. I'll say north. They went more northwest. And Ascend get an opportunity now to drive closer in towards very much outside edge fighting here. I can kind of feel like it's a calm before the storm though, Gibson.
It is. It's that quiet moment we get before everything is erupting. We will hear 5.56 soaring through the sky to split that up. And that's a nice shot by Mika onto James as FaZe move back towards the center. Remember, they're one of the teams on 3. Plinska Bocce, they could make a really big stride towards that invite mark if they can get a win here in game number 3 of day 1.
Oof. Big nade though coming through. James, down to a 1 now. Second comes in. Sends there how much util they've got back. Need to be cautious. No one wraps in behind him. Mika taking the opportunity, understanding that he's exposed, will reposition that car and Ascend going for a deadly triangle, a little bit like their logo, as they will take on pretty much a team each at the moment.
Yeah, this is what the teams kind of want, right? You don't want one team to get picked on by everybody else. You kind of want 2 separate fights so that you're not at a weak point. In reality, what you want to be is the last team to get involved in a fight. You want to keep your nose clean through the circle. I think Plinska Bocce could be the team that do that on the south if they wrap around the correct way. Navi, they're being held aggressively by Ascend, and if you look, all FaZe eyes are on Ascend right now.
Yeah, they've seen the car. Extends out. Zone comes back. So he's going to do a 180. Good to my smoke. He's kept the car alive. Let's see if he can get it back with all FaZe looking that way. South side of the zone. Plin obviously did move their way in, but they held at this ridge. And Na'Vi looking to do the same. It's store of 4 versus 3 versus 3 versus 3. I still believe it's a calm before a storm. This might go down to the wire. And if it does, it's going to be explosive.
And Vex will explode Micah's chest with those shots as FaZe get the open onto Ascend. And maybe, just maybe, that might make a decision for some of the other teams to third party to pick up some points. Plinskabochi still have players up on the south side. They have all 4 waiting to see what happens. And that's great covering fire from Braxco.
Great return fire. Oh no, Sparking. He stops the push forward. Send think they've conquered. They get rolling. The Sparking's on a wonderful off angle, playing the outside edge of blue now, working his way in. Will deploy the smokes just to let him get back towards the boys on the right. He'll play sneaky round. And that FaZe still got this sort of target locked on Team Ascend.
Yeah, FaZe Clan up to 6 kills, looking to add some more. The nade to Braxco puts an even better timer on him, and you can see that Mika is humming and hawing over whether or not to go for that res or not, stick or twist. But FaZe are trying to make the decision for them, but he does eventually try to get him back on his feet, and this could be big.
It is going to be a few nades back as they will grind down the util. Na'Vi, they're not going to sit and wait for long, are they? Great nade though, but it comes in from Vex, and James will clear it up as the push forward from Kiliakai falls on their sword. 4th place for Team Ascend. FaZe, they can hear the shots on the other side of the mountain as they will reposition and look for a new target.
Mark, he just vexed his team 4 more points there, by the way. 3 kills and the extra placement point. Zone shift pops, and it is going to donut up, and all of a sudden, FaZe have total control. Plinskabochi with the numbers, though you feel they might cross paths with Na'Vi on their way in. I actually like the fact that Na'Vi are holding Plinskabochi on this side as 2. They have 3 players up, and the other 2 are ready to assist if anything kicks off.
FaZe 9 kills though. They get the opportunity now to put some more U2 underneath the belt and some level 3 gear here from James. They just need to pick the first pick for Plin because they have the extra gun, and sometimes with zones like this or endings, having that final player, having that extra ability or extra angle will fall towards them. Na'Vi and FaZe, they're going to have other things to say about this one, and the zone is definitely favouring back towards Team FaZe.
Vex has 6 kills, by the way. Just wanted to point that out if you're watching from home. Like, 6, and there's still more kills to be had in this game if they're able to take this win. But, man, like Plinskabochi, it just goes to show how the pendulum can swing, right? You have 4 players up, you think you're in a great spot. The zone is forcing them now to take a fight.
Yeah. It's the FAMAS is drawing you in as well, really, isn't it? They're going back to back, and they're all playing one outside edge. That FAMAS, yes, it might be down on the bullet count, but it hits really hard, and we've seen for 2 chicken dinners get clutched up by a solo with a FAMAS. So let's see if it can do. Lukarox takes some initial shots, but nothing connects just yet. But there we go. The repeat comes in. He finds the connecting head with Diffix.
So says nade though. That turns things back into that neutral spot. It's a 2 versus 2. FaZe are closing the noose on this as well as they're moving towards the smoke. Nail up will take down King Sparking as FaZe are down to a 2 now. It's a 2v2v2 as the tempo has just erupted here. Mark James is on a dance with a rock with Na'Vi, but this has gone absolutely bonkers.
Has a grenade, 1 nade though from Sosa. Does it? He does dance his way around. It's going to be done to Fix though. Big powerhouse. Gets some initial shots. He goes down. FaZe will take 3rd place. And now it goes towards Na'Vi. It's a 2 versus 1 at the moment, but it's ended pretty quickly. Winner chicken dinner as Na'Vi bag 11 kills, 21 point game. And it was a difficult spot, but they came out swinging.
And it's a situation where that was done by timing and timing alone. They were not in the best position in that circle. They by no means had everything lined up for them to take that win. They were moving and transitioning through that game in multiple fights, but their timing was on point. And this is the one thing you get when you pick up a young roster is fragging power, and they have it. But speaking of power, Mark, you're the one and only Mark Power, and I think it's time we jump into a break because I've stolen your line. Yeah.
Let's go.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar for serious.
Let's go. Welcome back, everyone. That was Taego. It was an interesting game. I think the zone caused a lot of action around the bridge, and it became about timing. What time did you go to the zone? What time did you take the fight? And more importantly, what time did you sit and watch and wait, Felix?
Yeah, I mean, the timing thing started when there was only 4 teams left alive, and I thought it was really, really interesting. Actually, let me correct that. I think even further than that. It started even before that. Hal was just above Na'Vi, and that's the point I'm trying to make, right? On that little dip line. You can see Plinske Barger were right above them, and Na'Vi on the western side. And none of them made a move. And that was so interesting to me, because Plinske Barger had almost control of the circle for, what, like 5-6 minutes maybe, and they still didn't make any kind of move. And that was really smart, though, because not pushing into anyone and bringing them into unnecessary sandwich position, it was really smart, because everyone else would have collapsed earlier. And yeah, you could tell how great it worked for them. Problem is, though, if you do that and you don't win the end fight, the whole round kind of just falls off, and that's what happened right here. Plinske was never able to take control. Plinske was never able to get the timing down, and they let Na'Vi push upwards, but then still didn't take the fight when they were engaging with Ace and FaZe. And I think that was the main problem. I think otherwise, this round would have been completely different.
What about Ascend, though, right? Teams like that, they take extreme drop spots on corners of the map because they want to move through to the circle like the Sandstorm. That's most of the games tonight so far. They've been given really good center circle compounds in Phase 1, and it's not really what they want to do. So was this better played than them, in your opinion, than in Game 1?
Yeah, I thought they went for way more positions. Right here, you can see it in the end game as well. Even further than that was Mika's repositioning as well. And yes, I do believe, due to the fact that they weren't necessarily pushed into center as much, I thought it was way better, and that fits their game style way more. Problem is, though, in this game, they weren't able to get isolated fights either. Right? They literally had to wait it out. Mika, on the one hand, once again, I'm going to highlight him because he was the one kind of trying to make a movement towards the northern and western side. He tried to make something happen. He tried to get an angle onto FaZe earlier on, but that didn't work. And because of that, they were kind of forced back, right? Mika had to rotate back. They weren't able to get an entry on FaZe, and they just had to wait it out because if they would have made a move, now it was already pushed up the ridge line, and Navi would have just traded them out. And that was a big problem for them. They never were able to get isolated fights. So, yes, sometimes it doesn't even matter if you're zone or not. If you play the edge and you have all the space you need, if there's no team to fight, then you're not getting any points anyway. So it's really unfortunate so far for Ascend, and I think they're gonna be pissed if they continue to play like this in the way that they're making everything correctly to some degree at least, right? They're getting to late game, still doing any points, because yeah, you're getting frustrated if you once again you're making everything correctly, but not getting the fights to kind of bank that off, and yeah, it's gonna be a problem for them, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't take anything away from Ascend at the moment. Yes, they've not bagged themselves a chicken dinner. Yes, there's been little pockets where they might have lost one, especially in that last game. It's Chris got caught by a solo very late, actually, in the game, working away in the top. But I like they're being creative, though. They're trying to, like, look at the positioning. Mika moves out, trying to stop that phase push round on that west. They then obviously recall back. But again, even before that, they kind of teamed up with Na'Vi Gibson because they were just hammering any teams coming out of pod, and I like that they're being proactive to get as many points as they can.
Well, it's the whole thing, that awkward scenario you get yourself in a game where you're trusting the team that's beside you to cover your flank. Like, in essence, they were using Navi as their flank watch at some points, and you have to kind of make sure that they don't stab you in the back at the exact same time, because I've seen that happen at times too. But it is really good macro again from Ascend. I'd like to see them use the barrel of their guns a little bit more, though, as the night goes on.
Well, talk about the barrels of the guns. If you do get it right, you do get some points. So let's have a look at the points, though, after match number 3. With Taego done, it does seem BBL are holding top spot. Na'Vi don't position themselves into second, and FaZe are just short on placement points there, FedEx. But it is a nice, even spread, I believe, pretty much across most of the leaderboard.
Yeah, you can see most of these teams are pretty balanced so far in terms of replacement points, elimination points, as you said. Still, though, I gotta worry for all these teams down there already, because we've got most of these teams up there. They've already qualified for PAC, right? All these invite teams, and there's only the Young Danes up there in the top 6 that isn't so far. And the Young Danes, that's a specific kind of case as well, because I've seen Pixelic on Reddit write that they don't even know if they're gonna take the spot, right? If they qualify. So apart from that, it's going to get really interesting, because there might even it might even be the case that maybe the 6th or 7th or 8th team gets a PAC wildcard spot, because all the top teams are the invited ones anyway.
That's what it's about. And yes, we've got the grand final prize pool, total prize pool, 8,000. Obviously, there's the split, though, so every team here is fighting for money, and it's a top 8. But it is those wild cards. It's that entry point in towards PEC. It's only around the corner next week. That is crucial for some of these teams. It's worth noting as well for me, look, the right hand side of the leaderboard, Gibson, I would love to see Twisted Minds high. I'd love to see how high. I'd love to see even Tractor Team high, because we know all of them get huge amounts of support. They just need to really maybe change these final 2 games to maybe secure a few more points on the board to hit mid-table.
Well, Tractor Team made a day 2 run yesterday, or on Wednesday and Thursday. So for them, they need to get that going a little bit earlier, because they are technically the only team in this whole tournament who need to qualify for PEC through Brutality, or else their stage is over. And it's a long wait. Like, if you're not making it into PEC and you're not going to PGS, you don't have a lot to play for a long time. And I think that maybe they're one of the teams that thrived in the Chaos. You know, Chaos is a ladder of the lower bracket. I think they're maybe struggling a little bit in this lobby to get up to grips with it.
And they were one of the teams that thrived from the Erangel. Now we've got to say goodbye to Felix as we do load the final players in towards for game number 4 of 5. It is best of 15 though, and these final 2 games are going to be crucial, Gibson. And you're right, a team like Tractor Team may be a bit more aggressive on these final 2.
They played better on Erangel on Thursday, so maybe they can find that again. We're getting ready, though. This is my favorite map in PUBG. When I see the green grass of Erangel, I think of home. The plane is starting to fly over the water. Mark, here we go.
Here we go. It's game number 4. I love it. Nice, great flight path, though, as we go from the southeast all the way up towards the northwest. And that, I suppose, the drop zone itself, it will be favouring some of those primary drop spots.
And I love this, though, because you can go wherever you like with this flight path. It's pretty much everything is open for grabs. All spots are there. Primary spots are there. These teams can do what they want when they want to do it. Twisted Minds getting out of the plane. They're going for their school apps, as we always tend to see them to do. You got Pod Samulet making their way out now, too. Big thing that's drawing my eyes, though, is Navi have gone for Novo, and Ascend have gone for the satellite compound, and they've taken the ground around that. So we could have a potential bridge camp at some point from Ascend, because, well, here's what I'm going to say. Why not? Why not try to do that a little bit early? Because if it shifts away, Mark, you're already through to PEC, so this is for money for you, and you've got a chance to get one over Navi.
This is one of the hot drops I was talking about, and I said it was going to be based upon the flight path, and this is a prime flight path. We'll come back to that in a moment, because how? A team that needs some points, and another team, Tractor Team, gonna go farming with no gun, has to play round robin. Code Marco has already got some amazing shots on the pistol. He goes all the way around, goes upstairs, and Code Marco's been left to dust. There goes a blue zone nade, hasn't found the gun just yet, but he might be able to scythe his way through. But no, Code Marco's gonna get that confirmed, but he's down to a one shot himself.
Yeah, 1 HP, no ammo left in the P92 either. He needs some cover. That's not a game of Marco Polo that that Tractor Team wanted to play. And now Marco, the hunter, becomes the hunted. Crazy's checking it out. Hoyle will go for that res, and this could be huge for Hoyle if they can get it. Remember, Tractor Team need these points a lot more than Hoyle do.
And the only the weapon to be picked up was a sickle, so that was fitting, should we say. Absolutely fitting. Res has happened, no how. Looking to try and keep the numbers up, keep the pressure on, but it depends on how much ammo they've got. The zone, we'll let you know, these guys sit just on the outside edge in the west, as there is so much water, but we'll come back to that in a second. Oh, there you go. Perfect timing. There's so much water that remains in. There's an argument north or south, and you said Ascend with a potential bridge camp. It wouldn't be the first time that we've seen that.
No, it definitely wouldn't. I'm actually at a loss looking at the circle, because there's only a little bit more land on the North Island than there is on Millie Island because of the way this has gone. This could really throw a spanner in the works. See if this donuts or this goes south again, and teams are left with a 50, like a full-on 50-50 decision of whether it's going to go to the north or the south. It could go crazy, and you might see teams hunting for kills as opposed for playing for position. But let's jump back in with this fight. Tractor Team and Hoyle are still going hammer and tong against each other, and at some point the rest of Tractor Team will come this way.
You got to remember that as long as we leave these teams here, it means they're going to be short on gear, meds, like anything, even sight, armor, and teams will be rotating in with so much water in. They've got to be cautious. They've got to look at this as a clock, and Tractor Team are down a player already. I love that Marcy's has played back towards the little shack to try and see if he can get anything else. He's going to tighten himself back up, but there's only so much loot that Hal could potentially grab as well. So look at the Mad. He's still flashing. He's still a one shot at the moment.
Yeah, as you pointed out, they've no meds, Mark. This is not a spot where you can get 6-7 teams looting. Oh, Twisted Minds, these teams do not need this. You don't need Twisted Minds third partying on the two teams who are running around with sickles and empty pistols trying to get kills.
Well, don't forget Twisted Minds actually position themselves in between Hal and the Tractor Team. So what a sandwich fitter to arrive at the perfect time to try and ensure they jump ahead of both of these teams. Between a couple of shots now, and that's forced the Tractor Team back in towards the compound now. And they're going to know from the kill feed these two have been fighting, and Twisted Minds don't need a second opportunity just to clear up any fight that when it kicks off.
No, they don't. Twisted Minds have said, you know what? Those last two maps, they weren't our best. We are now turning up the aggression, and I'm a fan. They've wrapped all the way around the compound. They're not overextending too far because you don't want to get yourself too isolated. So they've fanned out, and I think this is the right way to do it. Keep an eye on the kill feed. Keep an eye on what's going on. Look, we've got player code Marco is a P92 with a hollow sight on it, and it's all he has to work with.
He's got kills with it in this match. He's got kills with him before as well. Look, Twisted Minds for me, they are waiting for the fight to engage. How looks like they're going for defensive measures, but doing so, having a look on the smoke on the outside. The question is, if Twisted Minds get another knock in the compound, do they crash? And actually, there's no crash. There's no opportunity just yet for a knock, but they are going to go rolling in. Unfortunately, though, they receive Lou as a knock. But example puts down Code Marco.
Yeah, that's bad. Well, Code Marco, he was running around with a P92, so I'm not sure he's overly annoyed at being knocked, but he's probably annoyed at the fact that it is Twisted Minds who are fully looted, pushing in. A res will come through, but what meds are there? They're not going to be able to boost their way up. Tractor Team Marcis is here as well. They're probably the ones that are going, what do we do? Like, as long as they don't keep firing shots at Hoyle and they save their ammo and utility for the fight with Twisted Minds, it'll work. And Perfectix with a perfect nade gets 2 for the price of 1.
Take the 2 for the price of 1. Twisted Minds reposition, and with that car wrapping around, wouldn't be surprised for the Tractor Team to go on the other side. And Tractor Team, they do close up. How go down? 16th place for them. The Tractor Team now going to try and deal with, again, limited ammo, limited gear, with a Twisted Minds pushing in 3 kills for them, and they are well stacked compared to the Tractors.
Yeah, Tractor Team not in the good position. And look at Perfectix.
Look who's lurking in the bottom of the map as well. It didn't take long.
I like this. Do you ever notice that Pod Samuel and Twisted Minds always seem to, at some point, even if they don't wipe each other or get kills, they always seem to be lurking around the same area?
And Twisted Minds have found them, though, so they are taking some shots to reposition there. That's going to engage Twisted Minds back into dealing with the fight, because they want to be subject to what they just done. But I think this is subject towards the zone, though, right? There's so much water out, Gibson. Teams look at this zone going, do you know what? Let's take as many points as we can when we can.
Yeah, that's what we spoke about. Some teams will say, hey, we might not get into the circle, but we can certainly add points to the tally. 2 minutes and 40 seconds till that zone will close on all of these teams as the blue moves ever so slowly towards the edge of phase 1, but now Twisted Minds have got all the players in the positions that they want. They've got this building surrounded on all sides. They got to be careful. And there's Batu. As soon as Batu gets that opening knock, that is the doorbell rung. Example steps in, easy as you like. Marcis will going to fall. It's just Jambo trapped in the toilet, but Presenti will find the knock, and now Twisted Minds need to begin smoking out because Pod Samuel may now turn up their aggression and push in on this fight.
It's all the bottom leaderboard, though, isn't it? Tractor Team were in 16th, Twisted Minds were in 15th, How in 14th, Pod Samuel in 12th. It's a desperate attempt now to get points on the board. Actually, I'm going to take back desperate. It's a controlled, it's aggression, though, for the opportunity. Erangel, we know, is well rehearsed, well finalised, and with Pod Samuel they hit, they're going to make the run now. They're not going to take the opportunity just to close up because they're looking at this zone and they don't want to be left on the outside edge when it pops.
You don't want to be there at all. They're arriving inside farm, pretty close to where Bad Boom have a couple of players now too. I'm looking at, they're coming in from the north, but you've seen it as often as I have, Mark. Inside a farm, you can have 2 teams. Like, 2 teams can be in here, not have an angle on each other, and it's that whole idea where you assume, right? You assume that for BB, that Pod Samuel will provide the cover for them, right? They'll hold the north flank, BB will hold the south flank, and with that, you've got some sense of security.
There is no security with the zone, no. But you're right. You can have 2, maybe 3s. BB will try and hold out one side. You can maybe stick a single team in the individual compound a little bit more to the east. FaZe, normal drop zone, they pushed out a little bit more from Milta. Interesting for me, Na'Vi remain. Obviously, they went for the hot drop against Descent. But if the zone shifts back towards the west, they might not need to move, and again, we might see Na'Vi just control at the moment, especially seeing definitely a team already go over. I wonder if they got a glimpse that Ascend have played over and they might be the only team remaining on the military island.
Yeah, Exhalation on the way past Foot as they're moving past Multiplier. You've got Mad Bulls not too far away either, and it's just about positioning, right? We said this zone could go south. It could even go to the southeast and keep even more water inside, but it will go towards Milta. And now Navi got across the water. And what is their best option, right? What's their best option?
They got loads of options here, though. They could even take the public transport across to the ferry pier on the west. I think Navi have got another zone. They've got potential boats. They hit Novo. They didn't get contended out of Novo by Ascend. Ascend opted to rotate over on the cars. So, like, for me, Navi, I feel like it's just to sit and wait. Maybe FedEx has something different to say about it, but there's no rush at the moment. There's too many teams up here at the moment. 14 teams remain, 52 players, and they store loads of water here, Gibson.
Tons of water. Tons of it. They'll stay hydrated, that's for sure, with how much water we've got in the circle. I'm looking at Exhalation moving in from the north, though. Twisted Minds, they have one of my favorite splits on circles like this is the east and west ghost split that Twisted Minds have right now. So Batu will play in the compound closer to the hills towards the west. The other three will play on the compound closer to the east as they've made their way in. Exhalation, they'll play the Harry Potter Tower and the hills just above that. And Navi, I know you can't see it at home, have now crossed the bridge, and believe it or not, Mark, they've got to cross the bridge for free.
Yeah, they have. Entropic, they could have held out there, and I wouldn't have been surprised for them to do it. And they go round very much on the east side. They used to train really well. Prince Kabushka, just on the other side. Never with a huge split. They've got a 2-1-1 split. They are arguably taking far too much terrain for free at the moment. Let's see what these other teams have got to say. Just in mind, welcome in towards the zone, and 6 kills. That's a different team that we've seen already over the course of the other games.
Yeah, well, they haven't been hanging about, right? They third-partied that fight earlier on. They took out both teams while two teams were staring at each other, beating their chests. Twisted Minds just took their heads and were like, yeah, we'll take those points. Thank you very much. Oh, Example's got a nice line of sight here on towards Exhalation, though the head will disappear momentarily. An Example can play this rooftop aggressively because they hold both East and West Coast. If they didn't, Example cannot play on this rooftop.
It's difficult, isn't it? They're going to have a limited amount of angles. I love those Twisted Minds. Look, FaZe, they're in the middle. I think they're waiting for the zone store to pop back their way. But again, they're kind of a 2-2 split. There's a few solos that are playing major risky plays, and we've got to give up the water here, and it's got to go aggressively back. There's a little bit of an argument with me. It might play back towards farm. Logic is maybe more the other way, but I think Pod and BB, I think they'd be happy. But let's wait for this zone to shift, and great move from Na'Vi.
I'm surprised. Like, they scouted out the bridge. They waited for Entropic to move. But the fact that they've pushed in, and they're now getting footholds and compounds on the south side of the circle as well, they have gotten away with murder with that rotate. Diffix getting shot at by Spyro from BB, but it's not going to get a knock. You're not going to get a flush from that angle. Zone Mark getting ready to shift. Before it goes, where would you want it to go?
Farm. It's got to be.
You want it to go south. You're an agent of chaos. I love it. The zone shift does come, though, and it'll go probably towards Milta, and it does. Keeps plenty of water, though.
Yeah, that means you've got to look at the next shift as well. Is there enough above Milta to hold the next zone in, or is it going to play aggressively down towards the outside? Fit with it, E-pick up, they go over the top, and this is where everyone would try and send in. Milta will keep more teams alive here, Gibson. That means Agent of Chaos engaged, because we're going to have some high numbers coming into match number 4.
Extends headshots. Hello, my bad. Leosh is in this position now as well, though, inside of Milta. Mad have 2 players in. Ebby's going to get the res off, but you've got FaZe pushing this way. FaZe holding the very edge of Milta towards the east. All in all, though, the big thing about that shift is the fact that everybody's still in. T-Bone gets the first knock onto Sparking. The Brazilian falls. James will trade that one back, though, before T-Bone can even flush the kill out. And that's huge from FaZe. That enables the chance to go for the res, but only momentarily, because here comes the rest of Foots. Itzy will peek onto James and take him down and flush it instantly.
It's like tit-tap, tit-tap. back forward between these two teams. FaZe, this is their drop zone. This is their town. Unfortunately for Esports, taking it on the away advantage. They're on 2 at the moment. Got to reposition now. More teams taking the opportunity here in the shots coming in. Ascend control the north. I love the remake of Milta. Worth noting. It'll give more opportunity for teams to hide in. And it's going up and down. It's Chris is like, I want to take a shot. I want to take a shot. And every 2 seconds, the young Danes are just tapping him, keeping him down. Eventually, he gets knocked. And Ascend, it's going to be hard for them to get that res. They're going to be aggressive.
You got to be aggressive. Mika confirms out one of those kills. 1 point for Ascend, having lost one. A 1-for-1 trade isn't what you'd want, but it's certainly better than nothing at all, as Milta becomes the crash spot for so many sides. BBL, they will push in as well. Braxco, gotta feed that information to Ascend, because here comes BBL.
Working in. This is going to be so... Oh, no! Big hit, though, onto Smash. Just he made it to the wall. Vendalos be looking to try and get the res. Did these guys even know they've arrived here? There goes the smoke. Little spray comes in. Braxco has to duck back in because exhalation from the top. And also, our young Danes, they don't need to move. They're just teaming up. They are firing everything they've got down towards Milta.
Yeah, Ascend need to hold this push for as long as possible, right? 1 point. We're waiting for them to really start pushing up that leaderboard now, getting more kills. Just keep an eye to make sure nobody's crossing that plane. Reminder, if you've been living under a rock, this section of the map has changed significantly. Milta doesn't quite look the same as it used to. Zone shift will come through. Mark, we're going to have winners, we're going to have losers. Who is the big winner with this shift right here?
Had to farm again. Had to go that way. This is really bad, though, for teams that are sitting in Milta, because everyone's going to get pushed towards a little dip. And Ascend, they're going to need to try and clear BBL as quick as they can. They're down. It's Chris, unable to get the res back on. He was ended on towards the roof, and they know they've got a neighbour. It's such a risk. They want to come out. Young Danes are going to be popping shots down. Exhalation going to be popping shots down as well, because both those teams are still in zone, Gibson. So why would you give up the hard cover?
Oh, you don't. You keep the hard cover, right? It's cover can be the difference in 10th place and even further up the leaderboard. Quizzy will confirm out Vard from foot inside of Milta itself, and 8C is pushing in now to try to get some revenge. Remember, Mad Bulls only have 2 players left standing, so Quizzy will start tossing smoke, but he doesn't need Gedrock's third partying. No, sir, no way, as Ibby's crossed all the way over to the warehouse.
It's difficult to take a fight on the stomach in this building as well. Got to be really creative. And with 2 down, they're looking for Foot Esports. They are split here. Beamy's on the other side, though. We'll get the information if Ibby tries to make the cross over. But for now, it's going to launch a few more nades in towards the bottom of the building, trying to pick up the solo ranger here from Foot Esports.
Yeah, 8C's got cover on the other side from Beamy, but I'm not quite sure what Beamy can see. We just seen it there now. All he can see is smoke. So he's not really any assistance for 8C as things stand, but if 8C can win his one against Quizzy, Ibby's too far away, and Gedrox has the angle on the bottom floor. Player 2, and Gedrox gets the knock on to Quizzy. 8C knew exactly what was going on, and he very smartly pushes up to get that extra point.
Look at the speed of decision making there. Just read the kill feed, go. Instantly go. Love that play. And talk about instant go. Breakfast go. That's going to instantly end BBL. 14th place for them. Now comes the madness. Phase number 4. We're going to see more teams get pushed closer and closer together. Mad Bulls, they need to try and work their way in between these powerhouses of teams.
Ibby's got himself very close to Kiliakai now too, and Kiliakai knows it, so defensive smokes being thrown will give you the advantage if Ibby pushes up these warehouse stairs. But it is, of course, the next window over, warehouse over, that Ibby is playing. Mark, I am very curious as to what Twisted Minds are thinking right now, by the way. They're off to the north all by themselves. They can hear all these gunfights happening, but they can't really see anything. Their position is so isolated at the north.
I think they've got to think about where this zone's going to go, and they might want to try and rotate their way over. And the zone should be leaving. We've left the water. Logic is it's going to play up in between the roads, and Twisted Mind's just got to control the outside. Here comes the zone pop. They've isolated one. That's not great for them. We pull back towards Milta. Agent of Chaos, you call me. I did not call that one.
Well, look, the circle's blinking because things are getting ready to blow. Ebby spots out all the members of Ascend. He gets shots off pretty well on the 2 members, but no knock will be found. Pin gets the knock on the Besto from BB team. But Ebby smokes that one off. Very clever from Ebby. Oh my god, Micah has just been given 7 or 8 new eye holes by Ebby. How did he even see that?
What? He just shot straight through. It was true. He's got a knock as well down to a solo, and solos can fight pretty tough in these type of positions. Everyone's trying to clear. You mentioned what's happening up on the top. Well, look at that. Twisted Minds. That Luke is engaging as well. Initial shots coming back, and Kill-Yakai be looking to try and get rid of. They know who's there, and I guarantee Ascend will be counting the kills in the kill feed, so they know he's a solo ranger.
Yeah, it's the whole risk-reward thing, though. They're not pushing until they know they can get the flush confirmed. That's a scary spot to be in. Na'Vi, they've been chasing the circle all map long as they dropped on Millie Island, and now they're being held out by BB team and Entropic. Ebby with the shotgun, he gets one, but look at that trade game. In comes Braxco, down Mad Bulls fall. Beamy has been killed now as well, leaving it all down to Itzy from Foot. He's still in a fight with FaZe Clan, but we've got a couple of big names trying to just decapitate each other. Plinsky Mark, they have a kill now too, but Lukarux is down.
Yeah, he's down. He should be reservoir. I like this position though from them. They're playing the bow and the double blues. Na'Vi go for a full send on the south. They've been really left alone, and maybe if you want to send up like that, you take the E, rotate, as the bike from Meduzi also goes down. BB team looking to try and get as close as they can towards the cliff or this sort of hillside. They do put up in time. I don't believe Pling going to be able to get out and get some nades. If it does calm down, I'd expect them to try and deal with BB team quickly.
Yeah, Plinska Botcha, they've got the compound and the high ground overlooking this one. Na'Vi go down in 11th, so they won't be having a 21-point game this time around. Dedrix from Entropic finding that kill and that squad wipe. 10 teams left alive. Pod Samolet on the move, but Twisted Minds are staring into the smoke, looking to find them. Plin will be the first one spotted, but Rox will be the first one to fall. Batu with the nade, throwing it towards Pod Samolet. Is it going to hit Dynamite? 21 damage.
It's a great nade. The second one comes through. Perfect Perfectix nades. They're done when you put Battalions in the mix as well. Here to clear it down. And Twisted Minds started this game with some big numbers to be able to put on the board. So far, they are delivering, and the zone continues to shift away from them. But Twisted Minds always have an answer. Let's see if they can deal with BB team.
Already with 9 points this map, and even more potentially to come. BB team, as you said, the next ones up for this push from TM. Entropic, they're on the south side, keeping everybody honest as well. That zone shifted out of Milta, by the way. That's a rough shift again for the likes of FaZe Clan and Foot. Here comes the Young Danes, and is that going to be the end of Exhalation? Sancho and Lukaruk get a quick double, and Sancho will eventually get knocked, but Young Danes, they now are in a rush against time to get Kettler, but great nade does a ton more damage from above.
I think it was a nade. I guess he got the knock on the long distance from Entropic, but arguably that nade done some huge damage. The Young Danes will be unable to get that res, I believe. Yeah, Dedrick will get confirmed on, be looking for the second one as well. And Sonic will keep his head down. Let's back to the fight though. Twisted Minds, they're going to start launching nades, and it's Lou putting down some big Kobe damage.
Lou is on a move right now. 9 kills for them, 4 for Perfectix though. His nades have been incredible so far, but BB in a ton of trouble. And here comes the move, right? They're going to drive by. They're going to go right through the mists of that smoke. Nades being tossed, but here we go. Twisted Minds make the crash mark. First player, Batulins take Spyro. Phil first will get Lou.
A doozy's behind the coast. I need more ammo. There goes another one down. It's a difficult crash though, but Twisted Minds get eliminated. And now comes out Plin. They're doing the right thing. They know they've got to take opportunities though. BB's down to their solo as a doozy will wrap as close as he can. And Plin's collapsing all as quick as well.
Yeah, it's an Entropic here too, a doozy, all on his own, and he will be sent into the next lobby. 8th place BB team will fall. 7 left alive, and Entropic making a send for Plinskabochi. But I don't think enough damage was done. Look at the nades. Brex and Fex have actually... they've just naded each other and both got the knock off the back of that one.
You won't take me, I'm taking you. But no, the argument went backwards and forwards. 2 now remain for Team Ascent. This phase, and we're looking to try and clear and maybe pick up. Go outside, have an underarm. Gustav will just tuck himself away. Can't come all the way around because Kilikai's got a great angle on towards that roof as Mika tries to reposition. There's the angle I'm talking about. He's waiting for Gustav to try and be a bit more aggressive and isolate this solo player and take a 1v1 with Team Ascent.
Good smoke, but better nade. Down falls FaZe Clan. Braxco getting his kill confirmed. And we have 6 teams left alive. Young Danes will fall, make that a 5 as Yuri gets another kill for Plinskabochi. The zone shifts, and oh my god, how happy are Entropic with that?
They need a second win under their belt. Entropic, though, their first win, they were not blessed with the zone. They had to fight every inch to get that win. This time, the zone comes back, and they are pushing very much in the west. You saw them on that Twisted Minds. We saw them taking on Polyn. We've seen them taking on BB team. Let's have a quick look at that replay, though. What a nade. Isn't he? Came out to be creative. Out, up over the top, back into cover, and there goes the nade. And I feel like if the nade didn't get him, he would have been instantly pushing at the top. Great call there from Team Ascent.
And just Mika being back is so good for them. Like, he is such a good player in those hot and heavy moments. Plinskabochi, they have 5 kills marked. They're in the top 4 again, getting some consistency. It's almost identical to the lower bracket, right? First couple of maps, all their points are coming from kills. The last few maps, they're starting to turn up.
It's a Erangel. We see it for a couple of teams here. Tractor team, they definitely do a lot better on Erangel than they do on the others. And Plin as well. The other team for me, yes, they're better on placement points here, but their aggression is insane. Sadik, though, for a headshot as that Dragunov will come in towards players. We are in our top 4 now. It's a 4 versus 3 versus 2 versus 1. But Plin have a DBNO. They have some time to come up. But here come the nades, though. Looking for a re-knock, but doesn't quite get it. And Sadik using the opportunity just to close in on Plin.
I'm a big fan of Salik rapping here. He knows that they're here, and he's thinking to himself, you know what? Can I get a couple of kills? Johnny will find one, but this is a huge rotate coming in from the solo from Exhalation. Lukarux is ready. Johnny gets a knock, though it's going from bad to worse. Lukarux in a 1 versus 1 against the solo. It's a good molly.
No.
He steps inside. Has he got enough time to pop the first aid? It's going to go, and Lukarux does manage to survive that one out, but for how much longer?
Oh my god, Exhalation Sadik might have got a free kill and potentially sweeping in. Luke Rux, though, able to get the men on time. It's a 4 versus 2 versus 1. Entropic full control. Hawkeye with his Hawkeyes over the top. We'll now keep eyes on the zone. We'll continue to make the push, though, and it's Jenny that's going to get it clutched up, though, and ascend the winners of Milta. They're going to try and take a 2 versus 4.
Entropic have won a map tonight already. They're going for another big kill win. That's the knock on to Kiliakai. It's all down to Braxco. Never mind, he's gone. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. 22 points this time for Entropic.
And Ascend so close again. My inner caster said, don't mention Ascend because they're going to get the win. They're going to get the win. They're going to get the win. And they just fall short again. It was really hectic, though, in Milta. Entropic controlled that south side so well. For now, let's take a quick break. Let's bring FedEx back because there's a lot to break down after game number 4. I'll see you guys in a second. Oh, maybe not.
Listen to the call. Feel the wind. Take a deep breath and enjoy the immensity. All is real. Focus on perfection. With the real power inside you, play the game like an invincible monster. A power that rewrites the rules, speed and performance. From Monster Notebook, Monster Semruk. for game changers.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar for serious.
Welcome back, everyone. That was match number 4. We're about to kick off for match number 5, but with a very shocking zone, though, at the beginning, Felix. It forced a lot of teams into early fights, and it seemed like the teams fighting early with that lower segment of our leaderboard.
Howling Tractor really wanted that compound for themselves. I'm not quite sure if that was really kind of a defense of their drop spot, or if they just contested because someone got baited into it because of the car spawns, which I think was more so the case. But either way, crazy hard drop, and what's even more crazy is how Twisted Minds handled it. Twisted Minds knew relatively early on these two teams were fighting, and not only that, they knew that if this fight isn't over until they pull up, they were going to go and get these frags. They knew these players in there, they're not going to be equipped with anything to really shoot back, and that was crazy individual play and crazy IGLing ability to realize that and then actually make the decision in a tournament like this. So I got to give credit to Twisted Minds. That's one hell of an early game decision.
Got to add to that as well, and it is the read of the kill feed. They weren't that far away, and I think they looked at it going, do you know what, Gibson, we need some points, and if these two are still fighting by the time we roll behind the zone, let's take full advantage. And they were like, that's it, I think 6 kills very early on.
Yeah, and they're going to understand the fact too that the teams had very little ammo to work with, right? It was a small compound, new compound with not a lot for two teams.
Yeah, crazy. Also, we saw it right here for a second. The way Twisted Minds even handled that drop from Pod in the distance, when I believe it was Lou got knocked, his teammate immediately crawled behind him, almost got knocked as well, but covered for his shots, and that's why they were even able to play as a 4-man in this game. Crazy team play coming out from them as well.
There's a body block at the end. I think it's just be disappointed though. He was on the roof and he got caught, and again, Send went down some numbers, but then it was just chaos. Milkta remained in Falax for so long, and I was expecting a little bit of a shift earlier than this, but yeah, it retracted back and back, and the numbers could remain, and everyone here was kind of pointing back.
Yeah, look, a couple of pro players already tweeted this out, and I think it's Chris, for example, as well, and everyone's having an opinion on this, because apparently some of the circles have less land ratio now, or even none at all, and it really shows. We've seen some of the craziest circles so far in this tournament. remember the Taego circle, for example, that Tractor team actually won one of the very last games of the tournament itself. But also the Miramar circle on far west side. This is kind of similar. I think everyone, even you guys, expected it to get shifted outwards the city. Even Entropic expected it to shift out. You can see the way there are positions on the southern side. There are 2 players already across the street. And that wasn't solely just for taking space. It was because they knew they needed an entry towards the western side of the street. That this shifts back wasn't a surprise, I think, to everyone, and especially towards Twisted Minds and all the teams fighting up there. Plinske Baggio as well, because they thought they had maybe not a single shot, but even the best shot in this game at this round, if they do make these finds cleanly. But yeah, who would have thought? Zone shifts back and it's Entropic's win.
It's good to see as well, as much as everyone's got, we're talking about it online, and there's lots of metadata behind it, is how quick that these grand finalist teams are adapting to these zone shifts, though, because we've been playing out, holding on towards the town. It just feels more controlled. I love this play, though, from Salik. He was well out of zone. He was hunting from points here, and that's what I want in a top 4 ending.
I think it's really interesting to say that, because I do think teams are adapting. I think Ascendant is a great example of this. I don't think they would have played the center of the city that early as a 4-man if the zones were different. If we were playing on a different patch, if we would play with a different land ratio, I don't think they would have committed to the city as much, knowing that it wouldn't be a possibility for it to end there. I think they would have committed to an outside position early on because they had the option to do so, right? Just based off of their drop spot. So I think yeah, you're onto something. I think people and teams do have to adapt newly to these zones now.
They're not going to go back, are they? Let's go forward, though, and let's look at the leaderboard, though, as we have been moving forward on some points for some of these teams. Obviously, game number 4 obviously is done. We're looking for game number 5 in our final game, and look at BBL store hold. But this top side, Na'Vi 31, FaZe 31. Actually, that hasn't quite updated, I don't believe. Let me talk about the leaderboards. So Entropic actually now have taken the top spot. Entropic now sit themselves on 43 points, as Ascend are on 36, and FaZe Clan, they're the only team that still remain there. So FaZe remain in 3rd place, but 1st place is Entropic, 2nd place is going to be Team Ascend Gibson.
Yeah, and it's not just as simple as looking at this leaderboard whenever it's fully updates and going who's top, right? There's 2 little races going on right now. So you've got the race for the tournament, and you've got the race for the you know, the kind of buy or that wild card spot in PEC. So 9 of these teams already have regional partner status. They're already you know, going a little bit further into PEC. The other 7 are in a race, and I would even argue that a lot of these teams couldn't care less about the prize pool. For them, it's just the PEC spots.
Look, interesting enough, I think so too. And the crazy thing is, there's so many storylines with these top teams right now that are going for the pack wildcard spots. Think about Plinske Baggio, which is one of the top teams right now, apart from the partner teams, obviously, excluding the partner teams. Plinske Baggio is one of the top teams right now. They have a player that's already playing for Mapples outside of this. Imagine Mapples doesn't go through to the qual, but this team does, right? Same for Young Danes. 2 of these players play in America. They don't even want this spot. They don't even need, right? Page and Big Sally, they're not going to play in this team afterwards. So if they get the spot as well, there's also one of the top teams right now outside of the partner team. So man, there's some crazy storylines to unpack for some of these teams, and it could get very troublesome as well in terms of team dynamics if some of these teams do get the spots but their main team doesn't.
It will be something we watch. For now, let's say goodbye to Felix. It is our final game. It is day number 1, and the flight path is ready, Gibson. There's a lot to be had. I'm excited to go. Let's get into it. It's game number 5. Here we go.
The final map of day 1 of the grand finals of Brutality. You can't win a tournament on day 1, but you can certainly give yourself a massive chance to do it. And this is the final chance these teams will have today. Going directly across the center of the map. I think maybe if we were 20 meters further north, you could say we're dead center of a fully horizontal flight path. But this one, even though it looks good, right? Drop spots the teams pick are more so based on like a diagonal flight path in this, so it looks great, but some of these teams may have to go to alt drops.
I think we're going to see the How and Tractor again. Both How and Tractor will go anywhere between sort of that the Hall of Fame, Shelter, all the way across that compound we've seen. So How would normally go further towards the west. So you can see these two. I think they're going to fight for their cars. That's going to force them, like Fadek said, in towards another early engagement. But for now, let's keep an eye on a couple of others. It doesn't quite come off that way. Ascend will take an earlier jump. They're not going for their drop. They're actually pushing towards Team Entropic. Now, Entropic will normally go for Saverny as well. So that might be a race at the top there, Gibson, towards the north of the island.
Yeah, and by the time you get to the extreme north, the zone will have shifted as well. So they might turn tail. Hoyle, though, they're in that hot drop again, this kind of split by Shelter. And funny enough, neither of the teams, Mark, have dropped on top of new compound. This time they've both dropped by Shelter and Hall of Fame. So both teams tried to avoid each other, and this is what happens.
Avoid each other?
Fight.
Maybe griefing day number one and claiming maybe a drop zone spot for day two. But I'm an agent of chaos. You know me, Gibson. I think they're being a bit cheeky. I love the Shelter. It's actually one of the first places that I used to go back in the day on drops, and I love an early fight there. But for now, I knew it. It's going to be a fight for the top, and Ascend looking to get there before Entropic.
Yeah, Ascend, I love this race. It's like there's another race going on this weekend, but let's see who is the Verstappen here, as Mika will be the first one to arrive, and I know that the German fans of Ascend will be saying, did you say Verstappen? You should be saying Schumi, as they make their way in. VSS drive-by attempt by... You know what? If Braxco hit that kill, I would literally end the broadcast there and say, yep, we've seen enough.
That's their chicken dinner under the belt, people.
Yep.
Well, Ascend do get to compounds, and they are gone for a 2-2 split, so enough of the cars will be in. Maybe they think that's a secondary team looking to make the push, as Ascend do work their way back south. I do like this zone, though. I do always question whether it's going to go on the other side, but how? And the Tractors go at it, and the Tractors put the first one down. Code Marco, not with a pistol in hand. He falls to an ump.
Yeah, Tractor Team, this is where they really started to show up on Wednesday night on that final map. Marcy's was the star that time, and Marcy's is the one that confirms out the kill onto Hoyle. Ruin will step up as well. Marcy's takes a ton of damage, but so does Ruin. And Marcy's finds that knock again on the Ruin. Hoyle down 2 members now. Marcus, are we going to see some Marcy's magic again in map 5?
You say he's on top, mate. He's the Tractor. He's the leader of this group. So yeah, might be interesting to see if we put a Tractor back on the roof. Tractor Team got 1 kill, looking for the second, and Team Hal, there we go. They might need to rethink drop zone. I'm gonna say maybe Hal won the first one. If it wasn't for Twisted Mind, maybe the Tractor Team will look at that as a back-to-back victory. Oh, look at Blazer though, putting a quick kill and confirm, and the Tractors get reminded it's not a 2-team lobby.
And there'll be 2 things delighted with that. Obviously, Tractor Team are delighted, and Exhalation are delighted that they got the extra points. And Daboom looks for the angle. Did I try too hard there, Mark? Was that a stretch? Was that?
I was gonna say it, but I'd let you go.
It's game 5.
Love it. Give you a bit of creativity, Gibson. Just let you roll with it. Nearly as bad as our puns with the Tractor Team know yesterday as they were sowing the seeds. But the rest of the team's going to work their way in. Eclation will say no. They're going to take a hit and run. They're going to go for Esports, though. They're taking the cube compound. This could be really crucial and not far away from the drop zone. This will be well rehearsed, especially the zone holds down towards the southwest. But Hawkeye tries to lay some shots, and it might turn the Mad Bulls the other way.
Yeah, this is what it's all about. Making noise, turning everyone away. It's that kind of dog barking effect where you're like, yeah, I don't want to go here. And it's phase 1. It's too early to go for a crash. Win or Die will lock in the plane crash site, which is always a very curious spot to hold, right? Because you're going to assume a team's there. But the amount of times we see crashes in the late game with multiple teams playing, because it's a natural funnel for nades, right? You just throw it into the dip and assume someone's there.
They always will roll downhill, right? And Fitty Sports, they would have seen Pod move across now. They're going to reposition. They'll be looking to not move too far from here. We see Footy Sports. I love the cube compound that you can see on the screen. They will play very tight, but they'll be reliant on the zone. Talk about reliant on the zone. Isolation. They're reliant on a very tight rotation past the mad ball. Nixie does a few shots over, looking for the secondary now. Great shots down, pushing up to one more shot, but he's able to get through and out the other side. Exhalation nearly getting taken down.
That was so close, but he just about got out of there. We've now got Exhalation. They've got kills on the board. I still can't get over the fact they're a team that have more points than it kind of feels like it, right, Mark? Because we've not seen a lot of their action, but they're picking up kills.
That's what I was talking about in the lower bracket. Exhalation for me have always been thereabouts. They're chasing around. Mabel's the same, arguably, as they're just shy of huge amounts of success. But it's like they can't, both these teams can't keep up the pace they're trying to deliver at the moment. And as a result, it does mean they go down slightly. Anyway, talk about who is ready and who's got some outstanding pace. That's our eyes in the sky. Let's welcome back Felix.
How's it going, Gibson? How's it going, Mark? We want to touch on two teams that I thought was really interesting. The last time we've seen this circle, very centralized northern circle, we saw Win or Die and Foot do very different rotations. Foot, obviously in South George, less timing prone on these circles as much as Win or Die usually plays. Win or Die loves to play the planes, which is what we're seeing right now. But I'll take it all back. They're immediately getting into a fight, which is one of the things I wanted to touch on. Part usually doesn't take this rotate, and they will drive into Win or Die because of it.
Yeah, and this is that utility funnel that I spoke about a little bit earlier. Felix, get Rocks, hello my bad, and Extends combine as Dante and Rocks will fall. Extends will extend out a little bit, trying to get an angle on the side of this battle. Every single time that we try to get Felix in, Mark, a fight kicks off. He's literally one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. If you start to speak, Felix, you're one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse for a team.
Well, and look how it works out. Win or Die cleans it up as a four-man, completely clean as well, not losing a single player, 4 elimination points for them. But yeah, that's interesting because once again, I don't think Win or Die expected this. The thing I wanted even to touch on is that, yes, they do this rotate, but they'll have to split up there, and I think maybe that's what Part realized, and maybe that's why they went for an aggressor on towards the plane, because they knew Win or Die was going to be there, maybe not as a four-man. Well, another team I wanted to touch on was Foot. Foot usually plays South George, and on these circles, what they usually do in circles like this, in lobbies, they don't necessarily know is they take a huge wrap around the western side. They didn't on this one. They took Prior with 2 players on towards the cube compound, and I think the reason for that is that they didn't expect Yandanes to rotate differently, and maybe they wanted to catch them off guard. Usually, there's normally always going to rotate like right across the bridge on towards the western side, and maybe that's the thinking process behind it. But yes, interestingly enough, once again, they will take a different entry in towards the zone.
Entry in towards the zone. It's a different level of shot style. Battalions will put Blin down. Mr. fighting away back, and now we see him extending and nail it though with the car back the other way. Exposed Battalions though on the rock. Great rethinking there from Nail it, because after the initial shots, Gibson, he did turn back, but he was like, hold on, I can really capitalize on the split though from this team.
Definitely, and this is what the best players do, is identify little things that other teams might not be able to do. Perfectix will move closer. They're going to push up now to that gas station where Nailup is all alone. Nailup pulled the pin on an 8 and didn't even get to throw it, because that's how quickly Perfectix dealt with it.
Deal with it really quickly. Perfectic has, I don't want to say pump, but been really good. Don't want to say perfect is what I was about to launch out with, but really impressed me today. We know every one of those teams are outstanding, but the consistency that's coming out from that player is absolutely cracked at the moment.
They are. Honestly, we're coming to the end of the day, Mark. What teams kind of impressed you most over the course of today? Because we've had a really mixed bag.
The problem is the mixed bag. I think if I have to break it down, and I feel like I'm going to say it, but I feel like Felix might enjoy this one. Team Ascend. I've seen some great plays from FaZe. We've seen some great plays from Plim. We've seen some great plays from Twisted Minds and Entropy. Let's not take anything away from them, but the consistency piece is what I always look for, and I think Ascend have been delivering that.
I've said it before, it's harder to get into the late game than it is to pick up kill points, and I feel like Ascend have done a great job of getting into the late game. So all they got to do is add the kill points, and all of a sudden they are, I think what the kids would say, Gucci. As that zone shift, Mark. What? Oh, that's...
So it tracks back towards the east. The game plan didn't work for Foot, but Foot do pick up Mika. Quick kill confirmed from them. We've seen this a lot in the scrims though from Foot. I know what Felix was saying. That's really normal play from them. Recently with these zones, they will hunker down quite tight, and they are looking for those rotation kills 100%. Now they don't get the zone, they're going to try and get as many kills as they can, and they do find one of the Sim players lurking, as the rest of them now will drive their way. There's a handbrake turn to get on the other side of Plin in the garage. If they can keep as tight as they can, they might be able to confirm out towards the 3. But yet again, Ascend are playing games as 3-man.
Yeah, and they're doing their best to just get past this, get out of here, and get inside to a good position in the circle. And they've found the position they want to play. This shack, you've got the tower beside it for the power lines, and maybe a little bit further in is not a bad spot to be in a circle like this. The only thing that scares me, right, we've seen the land ratio not really have an impact, like, Falix had said earlier on. It scares me that there's a small, minute chance this could go towards the side of the island where Hoyle are playing by Bend.
This is dangerous, this zone. Very, very dangerous. And you're right, we've seen zones attacked back that way anyway, let alone having the land zone shift we've got. On the dots, though, taking some shots as the tractors are airborne now. Going to get their way down. They're going to wiggle as quickly as they can in towards the safety. That E-pickup means they will be short when it comes down to cars. So it looks like they're going to try and grab what they can. And Madballs looking back as Twisted Minds and make a quick run. Hit confirm. And it's Perfectix again before they would work out.
Oh, the bad luck though, Mark. The really bad luck. Plinsky, he got a knock. He got knocked while he had a nade in his hand, and he takes down his own teammate because of it. Plinsky Bocce just have Yuri left alive. The young Danes have taken the ridge just to the south of them, looking down onto this gas station, which will be even more of a problem. But Twisted Minds, they're in a good spot, right? Because they can hug the edge of this ridge line. They're not getting fired upon by anyone else's thing stand. But they will, I think, after Lou took a knock, they will fall back now to that Alamo, and they will get everybody on their feet and just play this position until the zone forces them not to.
This zone reminds me of that phase. But for now, let's come back as the car crashes in. It crashes its way out. An example. It's going to put down one from the young Danes. No confirm yet. Lou is down as well. Now Perfect's going to try and put another perfect performance on. Shots go through. Level 3 gear keeps him alive. Does take some shots in the back. As Mixin, though, will put down Perfect's quick kill confirm. Example and Lou last 2. Expecting it. It's Example. He's 1 HP and he's going to go down and out. Our young tanks take full advantage of Twisted Minds. And this zone is about ready to shift.
Do you feel like that when young Danes throw caution to the wind, that they're so much better of a team, right? They're whenever they just go full send, they are so good. The zone shifts and it goes north. Thankfully, the land ratio did exist for this phase 4. And as it stands now, Entropic have a very, very greedy 2-2 split. When you're holding Warehouse and Crossroads, that is a lot of greed. And I don't know. I think that it looks to me like they're going to try to keep it.
There's a huge section to play now, which where FaZe and Fex got 10 kills out from the upper bracket. We had a zone exactly like this. If you remember, there is a bunker in between the tractors and Plin and a playable area. I think FaZe will be remembering that one and keeping an eye. At the moment, they have retracted their way back. Madballs will be under fire in the granny house, though, as Exhalation a little bit further towards the east. This is going to be a fight for zone, and sometimes, I know you mentioned this before, maybe rotating in early is not the best game plan.
Not when positions are being held already. If you want to rotate early, you're guaranteed to get into a fight now when you've kind of got a circle like this. BB, they're on the edge of Severny. You're looking at Spyro here, the kind of new addition to this team. Oh, look at that. Style points as well, by the way, Mark. Why not 180 the Dacia when you arrive and then just decapitate Lou? But BB, right? Their roster, they've made a change. Spyro has come in to join Aduzi, Besto, and Phil first. I'm surprised at how quickly that they have found their feet, right? They have really started this year very well through scrims, through events. And I think this could be a big year for them.
It's got consistency. That's all I'd say. But they're putting the practice in. They're putting the work in. BB team, controlling this little dip they can play, so they will work their way in. But with an initial knock, I think they'd be eager to maybe take a little bit more of a chunk up the pie. But for now, they do stop. They might try and go for a re-knock, and some of this might be based upon the next zone shift. And talk about the zone shift, look at how they've had to go back. They're going south. They're trying to find any way now to get into zone.
Yeah, I actually think that Hoyle are being smart here, right? They're rotating over towards this other bridge where young Danes can't get a line of sight. It's a clever rotate. It's a good decision made by the Mad and Quetpa. Navi, they've got a nice little split towards the north. It's got 2-1-1 with Defex and Hakatori working nicely together. FaZe are controlling the no-lean compound and the edge of that Yaz Lek, or the head of the tadpole, as people call it. Ascender in the circle. A lot of teams are pretty happy with this moment in time.
This is a control zone now, and it's that calm before the storm we saw earlier. This next shift, though, FaZe, nice control on that east-hand side. How having to make a move forward. It's a bit of a timed move for them as they are waiting for the zone to pop as they are in the cars, expecting someone's in the petrol garage, and it does go north. So How will keep on rolling as our young Danes for Esports in the south. They need to figure out how they come in. FaZe will take the east-hand side as well, as we do see Entropic also look to make the play over in towards the zone.
Yeah, this is the shack that we see teams play a lot in circles like this when there's not a lot else to play with. You've got a few options to go with. Entropic are now closing their 2-2 split into a full 4. And BBL, the fight that I've been dreading all night, BBL and BB on the north section of the zone with a blue on its way.
Well, it's a fight to be dreading. But if you've got yourself a Toolbar Monster notebook, you won't be dreading that one. You've got the frames, you've got the performance. Get yourself over there and check out the sponsor for this event. For now, BBL, they are going to work on a defense, but the defense is not in the zone. Entropic have leapfrogged their head, so they're going to be hearing a lot. This commotion, Entropic, we have to shoot down to both these teams. One of them surely is going to call this one off.
Yeah, Hakatori gets one of the members of FaZe down, but keep your eyes focused on how BB team elect to play this. Phil first is wrapping around with a vehicle, trying to build maybe some momentum to go for Bale. Yeah, BB, they've decided to pull the plug. They know that if they stay in this fight, that they could get third party or find themselves in even more trouble. I like how decisive that call was.
Yeah, and do you know what, add to it? They left the bike last because it was the quickest to build momentum away. So they used the car as best they can. They kept a player there, and then when he was ready to go, get in the car, get in the bike, and make the move. They're still not quite in. What they're waiting for now is a zone to push them in towards Team Entropic. But a team like BB, they're going to be confident fighting on their feet. So here's this area which I was talking about before. It looks like the tractor teams have taken its win or die, be looking to come this way. Watch out for nades, though.
Sparking gets that kill confirmed. Tractor team in the bunker. How many times have we seen this bunker become a 6-foot under grave for teams as well? Win or die, making their push. Leosh will lay down the pain on the Jimbo, leaving it all down to Crazy. But a doozy. Third party from BB. And Crazy will know that as he tosses the nade in, trying to get this extra flush. Every point helps. Hello, my bad. Gets a quick knock and flush on the best, though.
It's a great. He's actually as well. No, Crazy pushed himself out of the bunker so his boy could crawl in as well. So sometimes you see players get caught in the feed, dance in the dance. But aggressive play, the smoke's well used. He does get the opportunity to get a couple of util dumps over here. But this is the fight on the other side. Ascend working their way in. T-Bone gets Kiliakai down. And unfortunately for Ascend, down to a solo player. And for Esports, FaZe and the Young Danes all looking for some more points in the southeast corner.
Yeah, points, win, prizes, mark, and the zone shifts away, so that'll force these fights even more. FaZe, Foot, and Ascend. 3 of the big dogs. Brexco will get T-Bone down pretty quickly. Foot not loving this at all. That kill will get confirmed. Brexco will beam down Beamy as well. He's going to eventually fall though, because Sparking will get the kill on the Brexco. Sparking's up to his old tricks once more. James Sparking and Fex on the edge of the zone, and Foot are pushing for a res.
Yeah, Foot will try and push for the res. FaZe might allow it as well. Fortunately for the tractors, they're trying to come out the old shed. They're getting caught. And head of my bad, it's going to clear it up. You can't leave the tractor boys there. 13th place for them. They did have a good day number 2 in the lower bracket, but don't forget, this is not a best of 10. This is a best of 15. So if the tractor boys can engage on day number 2, that might put them into a really good spot now on that final day. Mad, they're going to annihilate our Foot Esports, and the Zone 5 is going to start working its way in.
Yeah, zone 5. This is a painful one to be sitting in the blue for an extended period of time. FaZe rotating, Young Danes rotating their way inside the circle. There's a knock that's just been given on to Mad Bulls, and that might be the signal for a crash. If Young Danes know that that was Mad Bulls and Junkyard, they might just push even harder. Sparking and James going towards the shack. There's a nade at the ready from Exhalation. Is he going to find his prize? Sparking jumps out. Sparking's moving around, and Hakatori gets the knock.
As close as well. Blazer got PUBG there. He moved too close and he got caught. Oh, Vex comes rolling in. He's going to get a quick kill confirm as well. So he'll be taking the position slightly. And the other side, Salik can only look and watch on. And FaZe down some numbers. Exhalation down numbers as well. 11 teams, 32 players. I feel like it's a bit of an old school style of zone. I like it. We know this is going to be well rehearsed for some of these teams.
Oh, it is. And a lot of pushes you will see as well, Mark, are, set up. Like, teams have a strat for pushing teams in certain scenarios. Get Rocks, win or die, by the way. You and I, a lot of love for this team. They have 2 players, DBNO. Make that just 2 players standing, as Leosh will bleed out now in a second, too. 8 kills already for them. So even if they fall now, this has been a pretty successful map.
This has been nearly as productive as they've been over the other 4 games. So, win or die, really not dialed in today. So far, they're currently on a 12 point, 11 kills, 1 placement point. So, anything more they can get from this is going to double them up. Here comes the zone shift, though. Let's go and wait for the next zone to pop. Lots of solos. Different style of game this one's been. Will we get a calm before the storm? We'll have to wait.
Gedrox will spray to the smoke, the zone shifts, and well, you know what? Vex ain't too bad, but I get a feeling that this shack could become a high traffic area pretty soon. Extends makes that kill number 9 for win or die, 2 for him. And Betboom and BBL and Entropic may just lock horns now too. Entropic have the warehouse inside the circle. Surely they're going to be ready for a crash. The crash might never come, but I bet you they're ready.
Yeah, everyone's going to be ready. And with BB using the cars, they're trying to get any sort of height they can. BBL, on the other hand, they want to try and stay as low as they can in the dip. Both these teams need to move in, and Entropic are the ones with the hard cover to descend. Who moves first? This might come down to a little game of chess. And look at this, maybe Na'Vi wants a little piece of that hard cover as well. Entropic got 2 doors to defend. Let's see how well they can do it.
Na'Vi, they're making their move now as well. BB and BBL will be on the path of their rotate. Let's see what Na'Vi will do. It's a crash. They're coming on to Entropic, and you know what? This is pretty good, because BBL and BB might third party. Fourth party, this Dedrix gets the opening knock. Nade will be tossed to try to confirm that flush. That flush, but Mark, here comes BBL now too.
That's from Flush, all the same, no BBL. They were like, is there a team, another team pushing their way in? They make the play. BB team going to come in. BBL now sit on the outside. Na'Vi with the early rotate in. Jenny will launch out a nade to try and stop the BB team coming in. As the few smokes will do is deny information for BBL. And Win or Die is looking back up this way as well, as BB team's going to get caught well outside the zone.
Challenge, try not to say BB at any point in this fight. We've got BBL and BB and Na'Vi and Entropic all tangling in the north section of the circle. Phase 6, we're still not even in the placement points yet. Good stun grenade will be tossed as Grendis will be blinded by the flash. But there we go, BB, Phil first will fall. Spyro is knocked now as well. Mark, what in the hell is going on?
Spyro with the Panzer trying to get as close as he can. Na'Vi get the opportunity to maybe try and get a res on where. But Entropic though, Janny has been, despite not getting any kills, he's been on his feet. He's been gaining information. Now he knows another team is coming in. Looks like the Young Danes under pressure as well as they're going down in the kill feed. As BBL taking their time. They're working their way in as Na'Vi Sosa puts another one down. Looking for Smash himself. He's not in zone. He's got 17 seconds to get close. It is not going to be long before we see them annihilated out. BBL going to get taken in 10th. Na'Vi will remain.
Exhalation dropped as well. We are in the placement points. Na'Vi with 2 players up, and I'm sure the Na'Vi Nation fans will hope for a bit more. BB eliminated in 8th place. That is one heck of a zone shift as it goes hard to the south. And Johnny will get a knock on the Defex. 1 player left. He's near the blue. He's prone. He's waiting. He's dead. Young Danes go down. Na'Vi went down just after them, as they lose another. 5 teams now, Mark. 11 players left, and somehow Fex has squeezed out a couple more points.
You can always rely on Fex. You can always rely on Fex. That's why it costs so much when it comes down to the Twilight Fantasy Leagues. I wish it was a little bit lower because he's always in my team. Anyway, Entropic have already got 2 chicken dinners under the belt. The only other real contender here, apart from our solos and duos, is the Mad Bulls. They've moved themselves out a little bit closer towards this side. And Fex, he's got 4 kills and can be very, very deadly towards Team Entropic.
Go on, big nade coming from Fex. He's got the pin pulled. I'm always going to go for the solo player in situations like this, but the first nade lands on the wrong side of the rock. That's a better nade. Whoa. That'll be Johnny. Entropic in trouble. Fex has got another nade with a pin pulled on it, but he has a nade thrown his way, and he'll take 22 damage. Fex has got another knock.
Let's go, Fex.
Entropic getting torn apart.
Oh, 1-man army, Fex. I told you. He's launching a nade. There's a confirm. There's a re-knock. There's a confirm. It goes from a 4 versus 1 down to a 1 versus 1, and 2 of the players annihilated by FaZe Fex.
Fex has got even more damage done onto Hockey, and that'll be the team that killed out. Fex has got into the top 4 for FaZe. It's Mad AWM. Bulls, Winner Die, Plinska, Bocce, and FaZe. And there's it's a 3v1v1v1.
It's insane. Fex is a 3-man army. He's got an AWM. Like, he's the man he's a UK champion. Let's see what he can do, but the numbers are down. Mad Bulls have the opportunity to put a chicken dinner under the belt for them for the first time. But so did these others. Winner Die looking to go. And there goes Fex. He's going to fall as it's a 3 versus 1 versus 1. And our solo players are locked into eyes on each other.
If the solos can kill each other, it's a 2-point kill. It's as simple as that. And those points matter so much. For Mad Bulls, they've not maybe had the day they would have really wanted, but they've got 8 kills so far, and they could potentially get a chicken dinner. There's kill number 9. You know, the last player's inside the shack. Say a prayer for him because he's gone. Mad Bulls, 20 points, and they needed that.
They definitely need that. 12 plays so far. 13 points where they were going into this one. So 20 points. Another team which really has doubled up, though, when it came down to the final game. Game number 5 was an interesting. Let's try and break this one down. Let's bring back in FedEx because a lot happened. It felt different, though, because a lot of the teams got caught. We saw some numbers go down. But again, it's a fight for area. It's fight for control, FedEx.
Is Fex gone? Because I'm genuinely scared of this guy. Unbelievable. He is so... I don't even have words for him. He look, they had a great fight towards the eastern side. I thought it was over at that point. They breached the shack. 2 of these guys get immediately shot out. Fex somehow survives like a maniac. He runs into the shack, wins the 1v1 with like 40 HP left. Headshots a guy from YD, rotating in with the AWM, and then takes down 2 of the players from Entropic with a nade. Unbelievable. What is this guy made of? And it's not the first time we've seen this kind of performance in this tournament. We all remember his 10-kill game in one of the Erangel rounds as well. Similar circle, by the way, which is the one I touched on very early on. So, yeah, I mean, FaZe Clan, what a round as well, rotating into the eastern side, very controlled, knowing that with the northern shift, they wouldn't have any chance, so they cleared out Ascent and all the rest of the guys towards the southern side. So, I mean, perfect. Literally, this is the perfect example of how you make the best out of a round that you don't get the circle gifted.
What is Fex made of? UK champion, FedEx. Come on.
That's a bit biased, isn't it?
No, not at all. Compared to you in a sense. Never.
Just you two keep talking with your fancy teams inside a PNC. Yeah, Team Ireland, whatever. Just ignore me in the corner.
You only want Team Ireland for you to play, Gibson. That is it, mate. Anyway, look, it was a lot more to be had. And obviously with the zone shift away, we did hold on to it, to a lot of, I suppose, normal playable. And then we saw this shift away. And unfortunately for the south side, though, Gibson, teams like Ascend we saw, it was just a matter of time. A lot of teams on the outside edge, they're just going to collapse in. They're going to clear as much space as they can before going into these final couple of zones.
Yeah, and if you're an Ascend fan, right, some people get worried when they don't see big kill games. I'm not worried at all. It's harder to get into the top 8 and get placement points, in my opinion, than it is to pick up the kills. I said it on the broadcast, and I'm going to double down. Like, in my opinion, they really do get themselves in great positions, and I think that if you keep putting yourself in that position, the kills will come.
I agree with you, but then again, I think we all know PUBG's a numbers game, isn't it? We all know you can't program yourself to get into late game. And I think it's great that they have been so far, but I also feel like usually they aren't this lucky, right? So at some point it's gonna stop. At some point it's gonna stop, and they will be stuck at edges like they usually are. But then again, maybe it is a gameplay style as well. Maybe they are playing more centralized, which I can definitely tell. Maybe they are loving these zones as well. We've talked about the zones as well. I think they're fitting Ascent so far really, really nicely. So yeah, I'm not too worried either. As you said, I think it's easier for a team like Ascent. I wouldn't necessarily agree with you on every team, but for Ascent, yes.
I just want to add. If Ascend could keep that player up, though, Gibson, arguably it could be a different end game. They just losing. They're going down to 3. In fact, it doesn't take anything away from Ascend, right? Because they're so strong as a 3, and yes, they are super consistent. Maybe they're not getting the edge plays they want, but I would just like to see them keep 4 alive, because they were in second place before this game. So it's a winning formula, Gibson. But with that extra gun, it might be a winner chicken dinner.
And the thing is, right, Cole said that they're pushing for perfection with Ascend. Yeah. And that's the sort of thing that will drive him mad when they watch back these VODs. Because when you look at the players they're losing, it's kind of silly, you know? It's not the ways that you expect a team like Ascend to lose players going forward. But I think it is something that can be fixed. Now, there's not a lot of time. You've got, what, less than 24 hours before the next set of maps. But they need to cut that one out, because that's a habit that can spread.
Yeah, question is also for this lineup, what's more frustrating? Getting into positions, just not getting the points they want, right? I mean, they did get points to some degree, but it definitely wasn't like they will be content with the performance. It wasn't. I don't think we've had a single double-digit round, actually. I believe most of the times they've gone to late game, they haven't really been able to pick up any of these tracks. So I'm not sure what's more frustrating, right? Getting to late game, just not making anything out of it, or just not getting there at all. I feel like the latter is almost worse for this team.
Let's talk about some other teams, though, as we came in towards that end zone. It was tough, and I want to really touch on the BBBs at the top, because I was shocked, Gibson, to see Na'Vi make the early rotate in. We saw the smokes go out, but I thought they knew that BBL were neighbouring them, so I thought it was going to be a who pushed first died. It wasn't the case, though, because Na'Vi was the last one really coming out fighting, but I was quite shocked about how early Na'Vi took the opportunity to push in and opened up BBL and BB to sort of back in and cause some organized chaos.
So here's the thing, players always make every decision in a game based on the information they have, right? They've been monitoring the kill feed, they've been listening to sounds, they're putting a map in their head of what's going on all around them. At that moment in time, the reason they crashed that warehouse is because they thought they could clean that up quickly. Like, for them, in their opinion, that was the best decision they could make. But you got to give credit to, first off, Entropic. Getting that first knock really slowed down the push for Na'Vi. They couldn't really force it into the warehouse the way they would have wanted to. And then you got to credit BBL, because they saw the crash happen. They saw the knock. They knew that those two teams would be focused on each other. So they started tossing utility and made the push as well. So you had 3 teams doing the best that they could with the information that they had on hand. But thankfully for BBL fans, they're the teams that came out clutch on that.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Usually I'd be disappointed with Entropic, because often of the times I was actually in late game, because I feel like they were not proactive enough. I feel like they wasn't pushing enough. They weren't confident enough. In this round, I feel like they weren't either, but at least it was the right decision at that time, right? If you push out of the warehouse and you take the fight to them, you would have been caught in a sandwich, or at least in a third-party situation. So I was really proud of them for actually sticking inside the warehouse, and I thought that was one of the times it was actually really well played by Entropic. Not losing anyone was so detrimental. Unfortunately, though, didn't matter, because FaZe and Fex especially hit some of these nades, and I mean, they didn't get anything more after that. But still, though, great position. That's how you play out these rounds.
Fex never down, never out. But yeah, even to add to the Entropic, like Dedrick's like his little peekaboo on the top. Like, they had clear jobs for me in Entropic. One either side on the doors, and Jedrick's obviously didn't drop the ball on the top side. It would have been very easy for Entropic to drop the ball and maybe take a full fire on towards, like, let's say Na'Vi. And then we see Team BB come crashing on the other side. So a lot really happened on the top, but the zone shifted down. I want to recap on the other side though, because Twisted Minds, again on this last game though, Felix, they were hunting kills. We saw them pushing in, we saw them try and take the fight onto Pauline on the petrol garage. They came back, they went back for it again. We saw obviously fights up with Pauline on the top side. So Twisted Minds, the closer we got towards that 5th game this evening, it felt like they were moving the cogs in a more proactive way.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Honestly, I feel like Twisted Minds has made such a immense transition from the very first game of this tournament. Twisted Minds, there's a reason we've seen in the lower bracket, right? Twisted Minds, the first day, was constantly fighting in the first 3 phases. Constantly. And it didn't work out at all. Nowadays, though, they've slowed down. They made sure that, at least in the lower bracket, they would make sure that they get into late game and make sure that they win these rounds as well that they needed to, and they did, right? So they're stacked up on confidence, and they're trying it now again. They're trying their usual game set. I think, sure, it doesn't work out in every game, but the fact that they're trying again just goes to show you that they do believe in their playstyle and they want to be aggressive early, but the confidence was just missing, or specifically the fights just didn't go their way in the first stage of the tournament. Now, once again, with this confidence, I don't see a problem anymore.
It might be confidence, might be fights, might be third party, but let's see what those last couple of games actually did for Twisted Minds when we look at the leaderboard. Well, look, they're in 12th place. They've moved off that lower segment, but it is still pretty tight. I think there's no argument to be had, though, Felix, that Entropic have had a great day number 1. I want to know if they can hold it out, though, because we do have a best of 15, or aka a remaining best of 10 now over the next 2 days. I think they'll be walking away from this as a new team underneath an org going, that's not a bad start to a grand final.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta credit that to the pressure that's, you know, on all the other teams. And Tropic, like all the other party teams, just don't have that pressure, and I think that's really contributing to them to their success right now. If you ask me straight up, do I think they can hold that 1 spot? Honestly, I don't see it happening right now. They've been a little bit too passive for my liking, but then again, you can't argue with the success, can you? Right? They have made the points they needed to. They've gotten to late game very consistently, so maybe I'm in the wrong. Maybe I should be thanking them for not being overly aggressive, because that's what they've been, and not taking too much space as opposed to all the other teams that we usually see taking up these big wins. I mean, if they keep on playing like this, consistently racking up the points, who knows? Who knows what happened? It would, in my opinion at least, would definitely be a big upset.
Gibson, obviously we remind ourselves what they're fighting for, obviously, is the prize pool. And look, I want to talk young Danes, because an aggressive mixed style team, they're sitting in 4th place, so they're sitting at $800 at the moment. Again, you're going to take it. The guys, for me, the guys feel like they're having fun, and they might be getting money at the end of it.
Yeah, they've been playing really well, and as you said, they're sitting in the top 4 at the minute. They've got a nice $800 potentially for them. They're the most curious team out of the lot in this event, though, because they played with Paige and Pixel. They're playing with Pixel today. Those 2 players will be playing in NA. They're signed with SSG. Like, what is the end goal for them? Like, if they get one of those wildcard spots, are we seeing, you know, Paige and Pixel drop out and 2 subs coming in to pick up that spot? You know, I know for sure, looking at the leaderboard, with 7th place and 8th place being held by, well, guess who? Plinsky Bocce and Mad Bulls. Remember, Plinsky Bocce are the team that are ahead, so they're winning that, you know, little race for the spot right now. So I know both of those teams will be hoping that if Young Danes get inside those wildcard spots, that they don't take it.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. But what we've got coming up, so obviously that was day number 1 of the grand final. So we've got another best of 10, 5 each day. So we'll be back obviously tomorrow and Sunday. And as we already alluded, though, with Entropic, are they still going to hold it? There's other teams that will be biting at the heels. We know Twisted Minds, Felix, they can work their way up towards the top as well. So there's still plenty of action. But any closing statements, though, from yourself, Felix, after day number 1 of the grand finals?
I think it's so interesting that we have the 2 spots in here for PEC. I think that's the beauty 100%. Of it, right? We have so many teams at the very top right now that are partner teams, but also you kind of have to take a look at the whole leaderboard in order to go for the real prize, so to speak. So I think that's the most interesting part, and I'm so excited to see it tomorrow. I'm still rooting for Mad Bulls. Honestly, I'm still rooting for Mad Bulls. I gotta go get my little bias in there, because I feel like they've played great today, and I kind of just want to add, I think they need Ibiza if they want to make this a dominant performance and dominantly qualify for PEC. I think they need Ibiza. Ibiza has been struggling with kills at least so far. I'm not sure about the inner workings of the team, but Monodos especially, and Quizzy and Nixie as well, these guys have been fragging out consistently throughout this tournament. The only ones that's really been lacking in terms of kills, it's been Ibiza. So I hope if he steps up, they will have an even more dominant performance, because I feel like with him, it's only a matter of time.
And then obviously Ippy with that wider angle, they were definitely one of the ones early on that I kind of saw that 3-1 split, and it just isn't working. So there's obviously change of team. We know the 4th player's in here as well on another team, so that all might be playing in towards that Mad Balls performance. But it's good to see him end on a chicken dinner, good to see them climb the leaderboard, so I want to see them continue that. Gibson, again, day number 1 done. Same question for yourself. How was day 1 wrapping up for you?
Honestly, it's been a blast. I think it's nice to see Entropic at the top. It mixes things up, as people thought FaZe would have been there based on how the the winners bracket went. So all in all, it was a great start to the weekend. All I'm going to do now is say to everyone at home, if your calendar is booked this weekend, cancel your plans. Get yourself back in here tomorrow, because we have 10 more maps over 2 days to see who is going to win this event. And if the last 7 days have been anything to go off whatsoever, this weekend is going to be nuts.
It has been tight. Upper bracket super tight, lower bracket super tight. Grand finals already kicking off, and we don't really see a big breakaway. Well, look, that's it from us now. I want to take the opportunity though to thank Esports 360. I also want to thank Tulpar with the notebooks as well, so make sure you go check out their website, and also Bing Esports for all the production, everything that happens behind the scenes. Let's not forget PUBG and PUBG Esports, but most importantly, all of you as the viewers though. Thank you very obviously for jumping in. There's still be more G coins up for grabs tomorrow and on the final days, but for now we'll leave you guys to it. I'll see you all same time, same place tomorrow.